Very good morning to you and welcome back to Coventry for day 5 of the 2023 IPA Professional Black Ball World Championships. By the end of today we will have crowned our individual men's and ladies champions, so today is the biggest day on the pool calendar, so really pleased that you're going to join us. There's absolutely no need to go anywhere else today. Delighted to be joined by Mark Pickworth. Mark, this is the one day in the calendar. It's the biggest day on the pool calendar.
Yeah, day 5 of these World Championships, and I'll tell you something, this is what everyone's been practicing, playing for over the past months, years, weeks, hours, whatever it is. Here they are now, and we're down to the final 4.
And if you've been watching the action over the previous 4 days, you'll have seen the journey develop and how these players have reached the semi-finals. And we'll just catch some of the key highlights from yesterday. And the 3 matches we brought you yesterday were absolutely world-class, Mark Pickworth.
Yeah, they really was. I mean, there was, well, one of the most, the 3 most memorable matches I've ever seen in my life, and really pleased that we could bring them to our new audience here at Channel 4.
And the first match that got underway, Tom Barley against Mark Farnsworth. Mark Farnsworth at that point was the pre-tournament favourite, the pro #1, but Tom Barley never took a backward step in that match.
No, he really didn't. He really put it on Mark, put him under some pressure, and Tom prevailed through. I mean, in this match, Mark Farnsworth won more frames than Tom Barley throughout, but it doesn't really matter in this set format because it's all about winning the sets and not the amount of frames.
Yeah, and the shot coming up after that safety from Tom forced an error from Mark, and you almost felt that was a turning point, but then Mark showed his real world-class quality, forced that deciding set, and what a deciding set it was.
Yeah, I mean, you say deciding set, I mean, you thought Tom had probably missed a chance because he had a chance to win that deciding set quite easy, and the next minute his back's up against the wall, and to produce that finish at the very, very end in absolutely terrific style. Yeah, he had a little bit of run and luck, but when you go for your shots, sometimes you deserve a bit. And Tom Barley, here he is into the semi-finals.
And that was followed up by another absolute IPA classic, Stephen Ellis, the man we've been talking about since day 1. He opened the show up on Tuesday, and what a matchup that was against the new pre-tournament favourite at that point, Mark Boyle.
Yeah, especially with what happened obviously earlier in the afternoon. Mark Boyle all of a sudden did come a favourite, even though he's just outside the top 8 in the rankings. And Clint Ianson was the highest seeding pro player in it. But yeah, Stephen Ellis started the campaign off in Tuesday. Did we think we was going to see him all of a sudden here on the Friday playing a quarter-final? So I'll tell you what, there have been a lot of us that wasn't, but now he's going to open a few people's eyes.
Yeah, he certainly is. Unfortunately, Stephen Ellis, he won this match, but his run came to an end in the quarter-finals, but at the hands of Craig Brown, who we'll see in our second semi-final. But what a performance, as you say, he's announced himself on the stage in style.
Yeah, especially when he changed the break, he put the cue ball into the middle of the table. Once he did that, he was unstoppable, and everything he was hitting like an absolute dream, and a credit to him.
And then the evening was capped off by that man again, Tom Barley again, against well, we're running out of superlatives for Robert Stephen. You know, we talk about the most improved player of 2022.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's been knocking on the door, Tom has, and that. I mean, obviously we're watching Tom play again. I think he's in this arena more than he is in his front room. But especially this week, there's no doubt about that. But it just seems to be in a bit of a zone when he goes in there. Yeah, we saw a few twists and turns in this match, but it was another incredible match that we watched in the afternoon.
And there was a couple of frames there where we saw another side to Tom Barley. We associate him and just punching balls in quick around the table, but there was a couple of frames there where he had to use some tactical nous, and it was pretty adept.
Yeah, and you know, he doesn't normally look very comfortable doing that, but I think that's where Tom's obviously progressed over the last 18 months, etc. And he produced it at very high quality, and well, here he is in the semi-finals.
Yeah, we'll look forward to that match just in the next couple of minutes. But these professional players, they earn their ranking throughout the year to get the best seeding as possible for the World Championships. And to do that, they take part on the IPA Tour, and the IPA Tour is open to anyone. So just take a look at this little promo video we've got for the tour. Yeah, so if you want to take part in the best events, great venues, great atmosphere at the tour events, Mark, just check the website out. There's the dates there in front of you. We go to Gosforth twice, we go to Coventry twice, two of the best venues in the UK, and then we finish all off at the fantastic Isle of Man.
Yeah, and that Isle of Man one, that's one everyone's going to be looking out for. It's the first time we've ever done anything like this. Still a lot more details to come on that, but the festival is going to be a 4-day event. Exciting times here for the IPA in 2023.
Absolutely. So that's coming up later in the year, but now it is semi-final time, and so let's look at the first semi-final up that's coming up. Tom Barley and Simon Ward, and that will be followed by Clint Jansen against Craig Brown. But first, let's focus on the match coming up, Mark. Tom and Simon.
Yeah, Tom and Simon. These two last played in September 2021, and Tom prevailed then 8 frames to 7. So if that obviously occasion in 2021 was close then, is this one going to be a close one? I know one thing for sure: this is going to be really fast and very entertaining. And anybody that's not tuned in, they need to get tuned in quick, because sooner or later, this is going to be a very quick match.
So Tom Barley, the number 17 seed, against Simon Ward, the number 12 seed. As you say, they've played once before, and there was one frame between it. But looking at the relative paths to this stage, it looks like Simon's had the more comfortable passage, but he certainly had a big scare in his quarter-final against Curtis Lee.
Yeah, he did. He was 2-0 down in that, and another, one of these amazing comebacks that we have seen here at the World Championships this year. And Simon Ward was one of them players that's done that. Curtis Lee's had a terrific tournament, getting to the quarter-finals. Another player that's coming through the ranks. He's gone a little bit unnoticed last season, not really done a lot, but all of a sudden Curtis Lee, he's on the main stage and he's producing the goods as well. But Simon Ward, he's had a very quiet 2023 season. He was around number 7 at the start of the 2022 season. He's down to number 12 now, but and that's because he's missed a couple of tours. But here he is. He's back again. He's in a World Championship semi-final.
Absolutely. And just to give you the schedule of events today, we're going to be bringing you the first 2 semi-finals in the men's event. Then we're going to have a little break, and then we will be bringing the ladies' final and then the men's final at around 7 o'clock tonight. And those ladies' semi-finals, there you can see Emma Reeves, Kirsty Clugston, Danielle Randall, Amy Beecham, and Emma Reeves and Kirsty Clugston already underway. Yeah,
they started at 10 o'clock this morning, so they're already battling it away. And I know Danielle Randall, Amy, that match is scheduled for 12 o'clock. I think they'll be on a little bit earlier if they can. But all these girls, they've all got other matches as well. They've still got the mixed doubles to play, etc. So they're still batting on all the fronts.
Yeah, so the ladies' final is anticipated to be at around 5 o'clock, and as I said, the men's final around 7 o'clock. Okay, Mark, I think it's time. The players are ready, the referee's ready, our commentators are ready. It's over to you, Dan.
Thanks, Kev. Yep, I'm not sure which Dan he was talking to there, but it's Dan Fairway and Dan Davey with you this morning for this first IPA Professional World Championship semi-final between Tom Barley and Simon Ward. Looking forward to this one, Dan?
Yeah, I am actually. And I'll say that as if I sometimes don't look forward to certain matches, but I definitely look forward to this type of match more than most. Sets is unbelievable. It's the best format you can get.
Yep.
And they're just two really exciting players. Tom Barley's like a, crash bang wallop. 1 minute he misses balls, looks like he's all over the place. The next minute he'll play perfectly for half an hour and reel off 6 out of the next 7 frames. He's great to watch. And Simon Ward is
Simon Ward.
Simon Ward. He's.
I spoke to him briefly before the game, and he said, I told him it was me and you in commentary, and he said, how many of my finishes do you think you're going to get wrong? And I said, well, it depends how many frames there are. And he said, I'll probably just throw in a weird one just to get to you. So, cue balls in off first frame.
That's a bit harsh.
How's it got there?
Yeah, that's a bit harsh. Screwed it back to the top cushion and what was it? Yeah, it was just a bit of side spin that took it all right under the table.
Well.
Yeah, that's harsh.
Like a runaway train, just didn't stop.
No. I always think these first frames, even of such a long match, the first frame, it's a lot more important than people give it credit for. You know, just to settle you down. And look at the layout Simon's got as well. These reds couldn't be much easier for someone of his ability.
Certainly, I agree with what you're saying in terms of getting on the board. But I think as long as you do it by the 5th frame, if you lose the first set 4-0, if you're getting straight on the board in the second set,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
then
Yeah,
I think that's important. I actually think you can afford to lose the first set 4-0, or you can afford to have that happen, and it's because of the set format.
definitely. Yeah, there is that on the flip side. Because it sets a bad start, it's much easier to recover.
Yeah.
But yeah, just if anything, I suppose you could say winning that first frame in each set
Yes, absolutely.
as
yeah.
well, actually.
So you get that important frame potentially 5 times in a match.
Yeah. Love the sets format. You get a match and it's 8-1 to somebody in a race to 10. You kind of switch off, don't you? You know, but if somebody's 2-0 down in sets and it's 2-all in the third set, you watch it because you know if they nick that set, the momentum changes, and all of a sudden, have we got a game on our hands? Anyway, Simon Ward taking these out very confidently, wasting no time at all.
Simon Ward making light work of the first frame, but unlucky enough off the break from Tom Barley leads to a perfect opportunity that Simon Ward is not going to miss. Like I said to you before, spoke to both players during the game, both well up for it. You know, Tom was more circumspect. He was just talking about enjoying the moment and enjoying the occasion. Simon, nervous. He said he was feeling a bit nervous. I mean, I asked him the question directly. I said, because he doesn't look like he feels pressure, really, Simon.
No.
But there's a fair bit of nervous energy around him today.
That can be a good thing sometimes, can't it?
That's exactly how he described it as well.
Yeah.
And he said he's been putting the hours in as well before the tournament.
Yeah, and that should be frightening for people because there's an awful lot of people that say, "Oh, I don't play very much. And I can tell you now, like 90% of them are liars.
Yeah.
You know, their version of not playing is only having a knock
Twice a week.
once or twice a
Yeah.
week, or only having the one race to 25 a week. You know, and I know that Simon isn't a liar, and I know, mainly actually because I'm very similar to him, if I haven't got a tournament for 6-7 weeks, I cannot bring myself to go and practice until very close to the time. But I know that Simon, for most of the last at least 5 years or so, just he plays less, especially competitions. He plays very few competitions as well. He plays less than 90% of the top players out there. So when he does get his teeth into a tournament, and he has been practicing like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see something special.
Yeah.
Or a great performance kind of thing. He might be hoping for it, but not necessarily expecting it. But I wouldn't be surprised. When I was a kid, I played England juniors, and Simon played Wales juniors, and I think he's a year and a half or 2 years older than me. But when I first started playing, he'd been playing since he was like 10, 11, and I started when I was 14. So when I started playing, he was 16, 15. But I remember watching, he was in the final of the under-16s, the under-18s and the under-21 World Championships one year. And I remember just looking and thinking, I've never seen anything like it in my life at the time for his age. Like, unbelievable. I've still to this day probably never seen anybody at his age that good. And I probably never will. he used to play a lot quicker then. Just
big shot here for Tom Barley. Looking for the perfect response to Simon's first frame.
it's a great shot.
And a lovely double gets us going.
I love the way he went about that clearance and kind of just accepted that he was going to play a double and accepted that he was going to have to leave himself that probably as his last ball to get onto the black. Good finish. Talking of confidence.
2 reverse dishes to start us off in this first semi-final. Tom Barley with the foul break. Simon Ward responding with a dry break of his own. And Tom makes the absolute most of it. Superb start. Couldn't ask for more, really.
So yeah, Simon for me, I won't do it too much, but Simon for me is one of those people that if there was ever, if Paul was ever to get to the stage where it's £500,000 to the winner of loads and loads of events per year and everybody was locked in a room and everybody was practicing 10-20 hours a week, there'd be a few players everyone knew was good that you'd see rise to the top, and he'd be one of those, I think.
Tom Barley to break, 1 frame on, time running.
Well, is this going to be the pattern of the day, Dan? Because that's 3 breaks in a row now.
Yeah, and yellows.
They're good.
Yellows look pretty good. Yeah, he isn't going to have to. He isn't going to have to play any cannons. So that's kind of first thing you look at in a clearance. Am I going to have to break anything out? If so, when? And he isn't. He's just got to keep control of that white ball. He's lost it a little bit there.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
But he has got a clear route. The 2 at the bottom of the table will be his last 2 balls. Ideally, he needs to be dead straight on, or at least straight on the one into the bottom right corner pocket to get on the one at the bottom of the table. So it's just about navigating these 4 up top first.
I mean, my initial view of that table was that you would probably want to take the 2 yellows that were the one over the pocket that he's just potted and the one that's on the top rail as a plant. But actually, that yellow goes cleanly. And it's probably better not to leave it as a plant because then you don't have to worry about where the yellow's going to end up.
Yeah.
You just have to land nicely on it.
I think either or's fine. Sometimes, in fact, very often, there isn't a definite answer. And, you know, you can go one of 2, 3, 4 ways about the clearance. It's just about kind of knowing your margin of error and not ever leaving you. There'll be a shot or 2 in a frame where it's I can overhit this one but don't under it, you know, that sort of thing. That's pretty good for Simon because I don't know how close he'll be able to get to the yellow on the bottom right hand side of the table. We can top it through and come back up the table, or we can just stun it and leave a bit more distance. But the angle's pretty good. We would love to have been a little bit straighter, but just taking his extension to have a think through. Just smart play.
Yeah,
this is clearly the crucial shot to the frame.
If he could get the cue ball back to where it is now, he'd love that.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's just took his medicine. Double checking that he is straight enough. I said earlier on he needs to be at least straight.
Yeah, don't want to be playing with that red.
No.
But I don't think he is. This looks good. Yeah.
Yeah, nicely played. Looks very confident.
That's a confident way to play the shot.
He's playing, yeah. There's certain little shots when you know somebody or their game fairly well. There's certain little shots you see them play and you think, yeah, you're in good touch.
Simon Ward retakes the lead.
See Curtis Lee behind him there. He was 2-0 down.
I was going to say that's kind of him to come and support Simon
Very
because I'm not
kind,
sure
yeah.
I'd want to.
No, I wonder if he is supporting him.
Do you think he's sitting behind him giving him voodoo vibes?
Oh, it could be in his ear, yeah, you never know. BA's it was 2-0 down to Curtis Lee in the quarterfinals, and the boomerang. Simon Ward came back and won 3-2.
He was wearing his boomerang shirt yesterday, I noticed. He hasn't got it on today.
Ah,
He's gone for a nice pink number.
he's not planning on going behind today then.
No. No, he's planning on leading from the front. But yeah, yesterday he had his personal shirt on with the boomerangs all over it. Well known for a comeback is Simon Ward. I'm sure he'd rather lead from the front though, and so far in this match he is, leading by 2 frames to 1. Will we see the first successful break of the match in frame 4?
So he used a
Cue ball was close. They're not splitting, are they?
didn't split great, but not sure he really caught them that well. I mean, they just seemed to cluster up in the middle of the pack, really. It's a bit strange. Bit of a strange break, but yeah, the pattern continues. 4 breaks, 4 dry.
It's a weird one, this, because it's quite a messy split, but actually you could make a case that every ball has a pocket, both colour sets. He's gone yellows.
Yeah, he could pick off these yellows.
It's a nice shot.
He does this so well. He ran out of position first shot there because he was trying to take the yellow. I'm sure he was trying to take the yellow furthest right, closest to the middle pocket next. You see him come and have a look at it, and he wasn't quite on it, so he's had to reroute straight away. But his single ball potting is like unbelievable. Just constantly, he's kind of like, I need to word this correctly, digs himself out of it.
Yeah.
You know, very well.
Oh, that's okay, but I was just about to say, if he could move that red that's below the black without disturbing any of the other balls, then he doesn't need to do anything else. They're all there then.
Yeah,
but he's got to get that red out of the way.
I think he was trying to cannon it there, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's what I think too. He's sort of in the last chance saloon now.
Yeah, this is now. Does he play this yellow now and cannon the other yellow?
Yeah, screw back off it.
Yeah, it should be on the one at the bottom left, which he is just. But now,
it's tough to get on that yellow. He's got to play this with lots of running side to try and arc the cue ball round almost.
I think that's why he needed to maybe play that with a bit of screw and screw back off of it, and maybe be halfway between where the white is now and the yellow that he's playing.
That yellow would go up to the top right as well, if he just wanted to maybe try and drop on it. Oh, he's missed the pot.
Yeah, and I think a bit of that was just. I said this yesterday. I think his strength is also his weakness. You know, he sort of glides through a clearance, and before you've even picked the shot, he's played it, and he makes the game look so easy. But now and again, he just. Could you have took an extra 5-10 seconds there to plan your route? Could you have taken an extension there just to double check that you're going about this the right way?
To be fair, he has used his extension in this frame.
Okay. I'll take it back.
But I do get what you're saying.
Now and again, you know, he's got 30 seconds. It's a little bit longer than you think. It could just take the extra 3 or 4 seconds. But then...
Oh, Simon.
Well,
he's got away with that massively. That's a terrible shot.
He was trying to double that red up the table over this bottom left-hand corner pocket, and
total snooker. Tom's going to try and get in behind here, I think. This is delicate. Got it a bit harder than I expected.
No, yeah, well, I thought he was aiming to do that, but I think he was just trying to come half ball off of that bump out and leave the white on the back cushion to cover the red into the top left corner. He hasn't quite done that, although he has left slightly hampered queuing.
Simon's got such a margin in terms of keeping this tight and keeping this safe though. And yeah, that's a nice shot. Now he's got his difficult red off the cushion, although
If this
there's a chance. This cuts.
It does.
queuing over the red, he's trusting to luck.
Yeah, I'd really quite fancy him for this if he wasn't queuing over the red.
The pot's there. Has he got enough of the yellow to play it off the red?
Definitely,
That's got to be the shot, hasn't it?
definitely.
See him there lining it up.
And he's guaranteed, really. Play it softly, you're guaranteed to be on the black into the left middle. Little soft stun.
Oh, hello.
Tom Barley, what a shot.
Is magnificent.
What a shot.
Tom Barley, take a bow. Simon Ward had his chance in that frame, didn't take it, didn't keep it safe enough, and Tom has come up with a shot of the highest order.
Oh,
Look at that.
in the first set as well. You're staring 3-1 down in the first set of the World semi-final in the face, and you pull that out. What a shot.
Absolutely beautiful.
That's what you get with Tom Barley, just pure entertainment.
Yep. One of the shots of the tournament so far, and what a time for Tom Barley to make it.
You know, you say shots of the tournament and people go, well, it weren't that difficult. It's not always about that. It was, you're staring at 3-1 down in the first set of a World semi-final. The first set's crucial. The difference between 3-1 and 2-all, I don't have to say how important that is. That's why it's such a great shot. That's why it's one of the shots of the tournament.
And also the pace he played at.
Yeah, it was.
To play that dead weight is
Yeah.
supremely confident.
So, can he break the mould? Can he make a ball off the break? 4 breaks so far, 4 dry. Well, may as well be dry.
He's made a ball this time. He's made a couple, but unfortunately one of them's white and it's got spots on it. And it leaves a great chance for Simon Ward to put the disappointment of the last frame out of his mind. Because although Simon Ward never went for that finish, he'll be annoyed with himself.
He was in
because he played
control.
2 poor safety shots.
Did. But, straight back to the table and look at the reds. Look at the reds.
Yeah, doesn't even have to do anything with that one over on the right hand side. That flies into the bottom right corner.
Yeah. Look, he could mess these up. Anyone can, but for
He shouldn't.
he shouldn't. And
He really
it's-
shouldn't.
No. He's just figuring out as and when does he want to take the one into the bottom left corner. He's played to get on it now. He probably wanted the white ball to be just slightly to the left of where it is so he could stun over and get close to the one on the right hand side cushion.
You mentioned the shot clock actually, and this for me is one of those finishes where there's almost too many options.
Yep.
For the shot clock.
Yeah.
So you can end up in between. This is where with the shot clock you've got to really nail down what you want to do early.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the challenges with it because in another match, and Simon's not a slow player, but even still, in another match without a shot clock, he may just look at the table for a minute and a half, 2 minutes sometimes, even if they're easy, because he's just figuring out what's the best way to go about it.
Yeah.
Fine, there's 4, 5, 6 different ways I could go about this clearance, and I'd probably get them all. But I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to do it is. And that's your conundrum, but he it can also help you in a way. You know, when you've only got, say you've got a bad ball on the cushion, and when you've got too much time to think about it, sometimes you overthink it, G yourself up, right, I need to get this one there. When you've only got 30 seconds shot clock, you just get on with it. Well, I need to land on that one. I've got no other, I need to land on that. But like I say, it's just thinking time. You know, Simon may well take a minute or so on an outside table to plan a route, but once he's planned it, he'll get on and clear them up in 45 seconds.
Yep. Tom Barley, a little bit disappointed with how things have gone so far. That frame was a poor break. Shouldn't have been going off in the way that he did.
As well.
Rick, our referee, wants to have a look at that rack, I think, because that does not look right to me.
No, he's gone for the 4 yellows at the bottom bottom route.
Is he? There we go.
There we go. Go on, Rick.
So easily done.
Oh, we've all done it. Simon couldn't care less.
Nope.
Picture of focus.
Simon looking to get the first opportunity to get a set on the board here. We've had 3 dry breaks and 2 foul breaks thus far.
He's sticking to where he was breaking from as well.
That's better. Oh,
Yeah,
no
again,
way. That's harsh.
It's a bit harsh, but he's not exactly planting the cue ball in the centre of the table, and it's got kicked in off. There's an awful lot of top and side on that, which you don't want to be hitting the break with top and side.
Yeah, okay.
I'm being harsh.
That's
No, I am being harsh,
ultra-critical.
but he knows I'm right.
The one thing I would say is I feel like Tom deserves that bit of luck because his in-off in frame 1 was harsh.
Yep.
Screwed it straight back down, straight back up.
True.
So I feel like that's sort of evened out the luck,
Yeah, no, I get you.
and it's left a beautiful, beautiful chance. Now Tom's just got to be a little careful here that he doesn't move that red too far away from the pocket. That's perfect.
Yeah, he's played that really well. It was quite clearly the only thing that could go wrong in that frame, really. And this clearance. This is what he's so good at. He seems to just... The match situation never seems to bother him.
He always flows in the same way.
Always. Always. Whether he's 5-1 up or 5-1 down in a match, he always seems to play that. You'd never know what the score was from his body language, from his style of play.
Terrific, terrific finish from Tom Barley. And he's levelled the scores up again. We are going toe-to-toe in this first set, but there will only be one more chance. Tom Barley will break in the deciding frame of set number 1. And I don't think I've ever seen a scorecard quite like it, because we've had 5 reverse dishes in 6 frames.
Yes, 5 first visit clearances and one messy frame.
Yeah.
Yep.
In the Masters event on table 18, please, Mike Massey, Roger Clark. Mike Massey, Roger Clark, table 18, please.
Mike Massey's still in the building.
Simon's kind of almost giving Tom the old look up and down there, having a look at his body language, seeing how he feels.
Should we start having weigh-ins before matches? Maybe not actual weigh-ins.
Some specialist scales, really.
Oh, this is better.
Unbelievable.
This
break.
is better. Tom's found it. What a time to do it.
He hasn't got the easiest of clearances. There's a couple of problem areas here, but he's got a ball, and he'd always take that. This is it here. Look, he's just straight away.
Worked it out.
He's seen it. He's gone straight into it. It's nicely worked out. He'd like a little bit more angle on the one into the bottom right corner, but he's on it. He's there.
It's just the yellow next to the black, really, isn't it? How easy is it to find that gap between the reds?
Goes into the left middle. If it goes into the left middle, here we go. He's looking now. He wants to be dead straight on it. If he's dead straight on it, he can top the white through, maybe run into the red or along that line. All about the angle he leaves here. Now if he can top it through, I don't know if he's got a little bit too much angle there. But he can
Looks
top it.
decent to me.
I mean, the pot's difficult enough. Queuing off the cushion. Okay, see, this is the. He wanted to be just to the left of it.
Yeah.
Now he's probably faced with a double. He can cut it. It's just holding the white.
Wait, I think if you.
See, if he was straight there, he could have almost topped it through just to the left of the red that he's below now. He's going for the double.
Double it is.
This is massive.
That's a huge
Wow.
shot. Tom Barley looks
Wow.
in impeccable touch. That's the second brilliant shot he has played.
Balls of steel. Needs to cue this well. Doesn't want to get into it too much. Doesn't want to get into it too much.
He hasn't, has he?
Oh, he has.
I think he has.
He has. It was. He had quite a bit of angle on it, and you know, he almost needed to just guarantee himself a shot, even if it was quite a thin cut into the corner.
He's going cushion first. He can't do it again, surely. He
No,
can.
he hasn't. He hasn't.
can.
He hasn't.
Oh, what a shot that is! What a finish from Tom Barley.
Oh my word, Tom. Tom.
That is wonderful.
Oh Christ. Which he's box office, isn't he?
He is box office.
He's just
Box office Barley.
box
No
office
banger.
Barley. There we go. Look, he could have just guaranteed himself a shot, played it with a bit of drag, but he's tried to get perfect on it, messed it up. Nah, I just put it off the cushion. It's only a world semi-final.
The first break dish of the match, and it was not done in orthodox fashion, but it has won Tom Barley the first set. What a start in this game.
But his face, now, he didn't look too disappointed when he snookered himself. He didn't
No,
look
it's just
too-
absolutely flatlined.
Yeah, and he didn't look too happy when he potted it out the snooker either.
I'd like to see someone get a heart monitor on him, see if it's actually working. An angry response from Simon Ward.
Yeah, had that break again where he's into the side cushion and arcing the white a little bit, but a really good connection. Made a ball, made a couple actually.
Yeah, I think the red and yellow in the middle of the table.
Can you not start your match, please? Table 18.
The red will go up to the top left. I think the yellow is a bit trickier. I think that might be why he's decided reds. It doesn't matter now.
Simon Ward making easy work of these. It's a bit similar to the start of the first set.
Yeah, except this is
Off of his own
off
break.
of his own break for the first time.
So a little bit of breaking news then. We have our first ladies finalist.
Okay, this is... I'm going to wait for you to tell me, because one of them's going to make you disappointed and one of them's going to make you happy.
No, I'm happy. It's my mixed doubles partner from Reading, Emma Reeves.
Congratulations, Emma.
Yeah, 2-0 win.
That's a quick fire match. That didn't start that long ago, did it?
It was a 10 o'clock start, 2-0. Congratulations, Emma.
Yep. Congratulations, Kirsty.
Yeah, and more importantly, let's carry that on in the mixed doubles.
Dan's got his eye on a trophy.
Yeah.
Just a
little
bit
bit
too
short.
much angle here.
Yeah, he left himself a bit of a dodgy angle on that in the first place. So he's
Nice. Bit of
Played
running
that
side
nice.
to
yep.
straighten up the cue ball.
Just have to give this your full concentration. You can sometimes take your eye off these. Not Simon Ward.
Not Simon Ward. The perfect response to going a set down. Simon Ward takes the first frame of the second set with a break dish. And pretty good standard this so far, Dan.
Very good standard. They're playing like two players that are in form.
To be fair, it's what we normally get, isn't it, towards this latter stages of the Worlds. You start to see those scrappy matches start to sort of ebb away and be replaced by these kind of dish fests.
Yeah.
Frame number 2. Tom Barley to break. Trailing 1 frame to 0. Time running.
Well, from not being able to buy a ball off the break, both of them have found something that works. And that red going in, that's a big bonus because that makes this finish a lot easier than it first looked. I wasn't sure if that went.
No, and he's straight back at it. Slightly hampered Kieran, but he's okay. I like that. Oh, he's just overhit that slightly, but he will be able to plant those. Won't be too difficult to make that plant at all. It'll just be a case of where he positions the white and making sure that he controls where the first ball's going.
Might be one plant and then two.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Yeah. As long as this comes out okay, it's perfect. So you just need to leave yourself a good angle on your last red to get yourself away from that yellow, just above the black. Get over towards that right and middle pocket. So that's too much angle.
Yeah, this is, and he can't really go up and down here. Those yellows are
trying to drag
in the
it.
way. He's tried to
hasn't
drop
reached.
it. He hasn't made that.
reached.
That's a foul.
No, it's just that little bit of carelessness that creeps in. You know, once every 5-10 frames, he just seems to do that little thing where you go, well, come on, just take the extra 10 seconds, extra 5 seconds. It was really crucial that he left himself a really good angle on that one in the middle.
Yeah.
You know, he's underhit it really by 6, 8, 10 inches. If he'd have got it there, he could have just almost played it plain ball and drifted up table to be on the black, but a little bit of carelessness, and when you're playing at this level, luckily for him he's won the first set, but you don't want to give the second set away, do you?
No, it's that's a disaster really for Tom, isn't it? He was looking so good, would have been brimming with confidence after that first set win, especially the way it came up, and then, like you say, just a careless one. He's just thrown one in. It was a tricky one because he finished dead straight on that last red, and on these cloths it is, if you want to screw back an inch, it's quite easy to screw back a foot.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you know, from people at home that don't play on these cloths regularly, they are a different beast.
Yeah.
Amazing once you get used to them,
but you do need to get used to them. I mean, Tommy's used to them, so that's not,
yes,
you know, it's not an excuse.
Simon's just run slightly out of position there. He wanted to leave himself some angle so he could drift down table naturally. He's now having to play.
He can top this off the side cushion
No,
and come back out to the.
He
take
can.
The last one to the centre pocket.
He can. It's just frustrating because he should have been
Better.
much closer on it, and yeah, much closer to it. But he's recovered it well. Boomerang is boomeranging.
Both players, it has to be said, are looking very, very good.
Is that a word, boomeranging?
It is now.
It is now.
We've been there
It's
before.
official now. Yeah.
What was your word of the day yesterday? I've forgotten.
No idea.
It's harshish.
Harshish. Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
Was it harsh? Well, it was harshish.
Stick it in the book. We'll have our own little. We'll have our own book.
The Dan Davey English Dictionary available now from all good bookshops.
Boomeranging is in the English dictionary, I've just been told. Yep.
We like a language debate, don't we?
You won't get me talking nonsense.
I'm gonna just.
No comment.
I'm gonna leave that hanging in the air for the audience to decide.
No worries.
I think we're both guilty at times.
Breaking dish has always annoyed me. This dish has got nothing to do. Breaking clear, breaking finish, breaking dish. Where's that ever come from? Never. Sorry. Get it gone. Right. Back to the action. Simon Ward. He's going to carry on with this. That's better. He's held the white there. You know, that white it hasn't really been kicked or nudged or anything. He has just held the white in the centre of the table, and he had been going into the side cushion. There was a little bit of top and side, the white's going all over the place. You hold it best you can. If it gets kicked off, fine, but that's a really, really good break from Simon. Come out a little bit awkward. He's going yellows
not
here.
That bad. Yeah.
It's not that bad,
There's
no.
a decent route on here for yellows.
Yeah.
Maybe a plant next shot.
Maybe. He's right behind it, or he's right behind the line of it now.
He could. I'm thinking go centre first and then maybe plant the yellow that's further over to the right. But yeah, this one.
There we go.
Because the yellow that he's looking at now to plant onto the yellow near the pocket is probably the most difficult one on the table because it doesn't go in the corner. It's a little bit thin into the right centre. Looks like a nice angle, this. It's pretty straight. Oh, he tried to pinch that. He tried to pinch it to get on the one on the rail.
I was wondering if he was going to use his extension there as well, because you could say he was a little bit undecided as to exactly how he was going to go about it. But a loose safety there from Tom. Options for Simon. Obviously he's got the plant into the corner. He's also got a 3-ball plant if he wants it.
It's kind of worth taking that, isn't it?
Well, the 3-ball plant will give him natural position on the one on the corner corner of the pocket. It's just you can't guarantee where the first two are going to go. But
that's awkward.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit far away from the pocket to think you might be able to double kiss it in. Bit of thinking time now for Simon. I think we'll see him use his extension.
The problem you've got is where the first yellow goes, because you could make the plant quite easily. I think the 3-ball plant. I don't think it's all that difficult, but for me it's where the first yellow goes, because you've got to play that quite thin into the second one to bounce it off the cushion and into the yellow. And I think the first yellow ends up by that red on the left side cushion.
Well, that's what again. So he's used his extension, and that's exactly what he's trying to figure out.
Great effort.
Yeah, got a great effort.
But he had to play it with pace, and that's why it didn't drop.
Well, see, he just didn't catch it thin enough. He caught the plant wrong. Tom's going to try and play the same safety that he's just played, and he's left it.
It's better.
It's better because he's covered the plant, which is good.
But Simon can play off the yellow, the open yellow, and into that.
Might be looking at yellow off the. You play yellow off the red nearest the bottom right corner, or yellow off the black even into the corner, or even play off the yellow and play a billiard shot.
Yeah, I think that's the shot. Here we go.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Slightly awkward.
Yes.
He'd love if that yellow would have just hung a fraction lower on the same level as the white. He could have screwed back over to the right hand side of the table, but he's running into the red now, and the yellow doesn't go into the bottom right corner pocket, so this is tough. He used his extension as well.
He could just stun down into the red that's directly above the cube for a double. Well, that's worked out all right.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure he even played it. I think he just had to trust to a little bit of luck there.
Yeah. Not guaranteed to get on the black here.
No, I think the play maybe is to just rest into the red, or play into the red. That might look a little bit lucky, but
it's a very good shot.
If he's catching it half ball, he knows he's not in full control of it, but he knows he's highly unlikely to not be on the black, as long as he catches the red where he wants to catch it at that pace. alright, it came out perfect, but it was a calculated lash.
Well, after a first set full of thrills and spills, and neck and neck action from these two, the second set appears to be going all the way of the Welshman. He leads by 3 frames to 0. And if you're Tom Barley, are you mentally writing this one off at this point?
Just noticed there, Simon is a couple of deep breaths there. You know when you can see someone's just sort of breathing short, you know, just where they're pumped up a little bit and the nerves are going a little bit, and you know, like, which can be a very good thing. You see there, he's just sort of short, couple of short heavy breaths there, just sort of trying to relax himself, and it's interesting. Tom looks like he's just got out of bed, not a care in the world. Could be 4-0, could be, you know, 3-0 up in the set. You wouldn't know any different.
Oh,
Black off the break.
yeah, best break of the match by far.
You're right though, Dan. They have been hitting the break better this second set.
Yeah,
a lot better, and making, you know, more than one ball actually on quite a few of them. Tom controlled the white a lot better there as well. Again, looks very focused.
Do you think the way his luck's gone in this set, he's
Written it off in his head?
well, I was partly that, but also I was going to say, now that he's had that luck and the re-rack, do you think he's written this one off as a dry break?
Maybe, yeah. It's quite, it's going to sound stupid, but it's quite a nice feeling being 3-0 down in the set.
I
Pressure-wise.
get it, unless it's the set that will lose you the game.
Of course. But for being a set up,
there it is.
there you go, there's your dry break. For being a set up and 3-0 down, you really do feel like, right, I'm coming for you here. You know, if I win one and if I break and clear these and you go dry,
Yeah.
all you're thinking is positive thoughts.
Yeah, because it's so short, and if you can reel 3 frames off and get back to 3-all,
Yeah.
it's such a positive thing for you and such a devastating thing for your
Yeah,
opponent.
it's a
because
big momentum shift. And there we go. So Tom now's thinking, right,
get this frame,
get
I'm
this
right in
frame,
his head.
and in his mind he's thinking, I'm one dry break away. If Simon dry breaks in the next frame, I'm one dry break away from being 3-all and Simon being bang under pressure.
Yeah,
And that's what he'll have his focus on now.
yeah, because if you don't see out a set from 3-0,
Oh, it's hard to come back from.
yeah,
Especially there with Simon just missing that first ball into the middle. I don't think he had a full pocket. One of those, it, you know, makes it looks a lot worse than it was, but that was his chance to win the set. Might see him play a cannon into the black here. No,
oh, missed that.
he has missed it. So I thought, yeah, he might just nudge the black up the table there, because nothing really could have gone wrong from that.
Simon Ward with another bite at the cherry. Obviously, Tom's covered that pocket, but the red that's right above the cue ball now is perfect for a skill shot.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is that the yellow's hanging into the side of the pocket.
Yeah, but the ooh, where's this going? Well, he
Well,
could-
now that's perfect for a skill shot.
yeah,
Although,
it's a bit thin.
well, look, it's not. It's fine. He'll make the pot. It's just whether he clips the red on the way through or whether he actually hits the yellow.
No, neither.
No, neither.
Needs that black to slow up. It has. See, what I was saying about the skill shot, I know what you're saying about the yellow being over to the left-hand side of the pocket, but that's why I said the second of the reds, because that's...
So the one closest to the rack now?
Yes, you can, because you can get straight onto that yellow there.
Yeah, yeah. He might even play it now. He hasn't got much choice.
Yeah, he might have to.
No.
He's not, what's he?
A bit of experience trying to cover the pocket down. There you go. It's a clever shot.
That's a very clever shot.
Very, very clever shot. He has just left the edge of this yellow, so Tom can actually clip this into the middle, but where the white's going is...
It's going to be going round towards that opposite centre pocket, I would think, which it shouldn't go in off.
It's going to be travelling because Pace had to play out, so now's your problem.
Yeah.
Now he's got a decision to make.
Yeah, because he could play the yellow over the pocket and try and move the two reds, but then the chances of him being on another yellow are slim. This isn't coming round all that nicely, I don't think, is it? Well, is he just going to try and land on that last yellow over the pocket and then land on the black?
There's
nowhere near. He didn't have the angle.
No. Needed to get on the back cushion if he was going to go about that way and then bump the red on the way back up. And
how do you get through there? This is...
Well, it's not just that, is it? It's getting through there and getting on the black
so
afterwards.
Treble, lots of right-hand side. This is a great shot. Oh!
Nearly a great shot. So, second set is at your mercy, Simon.
Yep. A couple of scrappy frames to finish the set, but it looks like the Welshman is going to finish on the right side of them. Just making his mind up how to play this. It's a slightly risky way to play the shot. He sort of played the yellow into the jaw there, and you see them stick occasionally.
He's alright.
He'd have had plenty of safe places on the table. It wouldn't have been the end of the world.
So he's left this perfect now for a plant down the cushion.
I think that was why he played it that way.
Definitely, yeah. So doesn't want to leave this straight. Wants to leave the cue ball probably to the left of where the red at the bottom right hand side of the table is now, so that he can almost cut it along the cushion to make the plant.
Somewhere sort of in line with the black spot-ish.
Pretty much, yeah.
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 Couldn't be better.
Yeah, can actually play another plant now. He's played it so well. Perfect.
Set number one saw Tom Barley lead by a set to 0 after scraping over the line with a fabulous finish. Set number two has been far more one-sided. In fact, as one-sided as it gets. Simon Ward dishing out a bagel to his English opponent.
Yeah, looks very relaxed and focused at the same time.
Yeah, referee.
He's very happy with himself, actually, doesn't he?
Well, I imagine he feels better now
than
he did, because it's got to have hurt watching Tom clear those up.
Oh,
in that deciding frame.
The way,
because it was a break dish as well, so he didn't even get to the table.
Didn't even get to the table. Ran out of position, so that spikes your attention, and you think, nice, I'm getting back to the table here. And it's not. It wasn't. Sometimes potting a ball out of the snooker can be quite easy if it's over the pocket. It was really difficult.
Yeah.
And Tom's just plucked it out, casual as you like. Thank you very much.
And it wasn't just the one shot either. It was the last three shots.
Yeah.
Where he had to pull off. Yeah. It was a fantastic finish.
Again, made a ball off the break now. Starting to hit the break really well.
Yeah, messier table than we've seen so far though. Other than that one horror show break in the first set, I think this is the worst we've seen. It's just that red in baulk. If that was clear,
He's got plenty of options though. I mean,
Yeah.
he can take ones in the. These three in the middle of the table are going to give him. Are going to give him the opportunity to break that out. He could play a much thinner cut into the middle actually if he wanted to, but he's gone a bit far for that.
I'm surprised he hasn't tried harder to land on an angle
No, I think he
with
did.
that
He's
first
just played
shot,
it.
or do you think it?
No, he did. He's just played it badly. He never wanted to leave himself here. So I think you could have argued there the shot was to play the much more difficult cut into the corner pocket.
Yeah, he's now seriously starting to run out of options to get that difficult red out.
Yeah, and you never want to be going into it. You want to golden rule. You know, if you've got a ball to break out, you want to go into it as early as possible, so that after you do, you've got as many options as possible for you to be on another ball.
This doesn't look great.
I think a lot of top and right hand sides needed, but again, it's
There's no guarantee you come out on it.
exactly that. It's how, and if you play that. So if you play this perfectly, and he's played the cannon great, but
Yeah.
he's not on it. And if he'd have played it earlier on, he would have been on this one over the right middle pocket, which isn't there anymore. So in a bit of trouble now, Tom.
I think is he going to try and flick off this into the. Well,
That's not a bad containing shot. He didn't. Well,
Simon's got a huge area to land in though. He can see the yellow that's on the cushion at the bottom of the table, so he could just drop onto that, and he's not going to leave anything. There's Simon's massive favourite for this frame now.
yeah, and look, he's won the last 4 frames in a row as well. So Tom really wants to stop the rot. It wasn't an easy clearance he had because he did have that problem ball, but I think
There we go. Not a total snooker.
no,
You
it
can
doesn't.
see a thin edge
On table
Looks like it
11,
can.
of the
Yeah.
one on the rail.
second ladies semi-final, Daniel Randall and Amy Beecham.
It's almost worse though. He'd almost prefer this was a total snooker because it's one of those thin cuts, this on that red, that you could miss on the way up and catch on the way back. It's about as good as Tom could have done from there.
I think it is, but
Well, I mean, Simon's hasn't got a great pot on. He's got a couple of options.
yeah, look, he's not going to miss the one into the bottom left if he goes for it.
No,
Although it is a bit thin.
but he can't leave Tom a sighter at either of those two reds because they'll both go now, I think. I know the red closest to the cue ball doesn't pass directly, but I think if you played it cushion first, you'll probably find it sneaks in off the other red.
Well, I think Simon can definitely play the yellow in the middle of the 2 reds. I don't know if it goes direct or if he's got to go knuckle then red. That's what he's looking at now. It's
Yeah.
obviously tight, but he'll be bumping the other yellow out on the way back out. So
Will he play this soft to guarantee the pocket?
I was going to say this shot's key to the frame. But he just flicked the red on the way through. It was obviously tight. Otherwise he wouldn't have crouched down and looked the way he did.
Tom's going after it. What's he trying to do here? Because that doesn't double into the middle, and I don't think it doubles into the corner. He's going after the big skill shot, is he? Oh, he went after the top. Tried to top it through afterwards,
Yeah, yeah.
and it just killed it. Stone dead.
Yeah, the sort of top spin double kiss skill shot.
Yeah.
A lot of you at home will think he's made a pig zero of that, which arguably he has, but we knew what he was trying.
Yeah, it was very tough from there. Because he wasn't right behind it either. He had to pinch the pocket with the first ball as
The
well.
idea is you play the plant very true, and the top spin and the first ball stays where it is, and the top spin knocks it in.
Not a shot you see very often.
Nope, doesn't come up very often at all. Simon there is just, you see from his perplexed look on his face, he's just kind of took his eye off the ball there. It's good. Confident way to play it. Knew he was going to leave himself a bit of distance, but this is his route.
Tom Barley took on a difficult finish in the first frame of this third set. He's paid the price for that difficulty level here. Simon Ward leads again by 1-0. So Simon ahead in the match. For the first time in a little while. Terrific run through the tournament for both these players. What do you? Is it fair to say that this isn't the Final Four anyone would have? I mean, no one would have called this Final Four.
No, nobody would.
Not in a million years.
No, there isn't any of the players in the Final Four that aren't good enough to be there. But this combination, you just quite simply look at the rankings and. You know, Simon Ward has been in the World Final before. It's not a shock to see him in the semis. Clint Ianson as well.
Yeah.
And Clint's the highest ranked of all the players left in, and definitely the most consistent over the last 2 or 3 years. But and actually, Craig Brown made the semi-final last year. Black's in.
Oh,
Re-rack.
It's like a gunshot, that break.
Yeah. Held the white well as well, though. Again, starting to really time it well. No, so yeah, it's a little bit of a fresh lineup for semi-finals for none of the usual suspects.
Yeah, apart from Clint.
Apart from Clint, yeah.
But yeah, it's been a while since Simon's been this far, really.
Yeah.
Same for Tom. He said in his interview last night he gets to a lot of quarterfinals but doesn't get to a lot of semis, so it's good for him. And Craig, yeah, doesn't get this deep very often, but does seem to turn it on at the Worlds.
True.
Perhaps this is his tournament.
It's not a bad tournament to have as your speciality.
No, but we will be getting a new name engraved on the trophy this year.
Yeah.
Yet again, still no 2-time winners. I think that's why a lot of people said they thought Mark Boyle would win it.
Yeah.
And of course he dropped out yesterday at the quarter-final stage. And of course Simon and Clint, as you mentioned, they are 2 former finalists, so they've got a bit of history in this competition to put to bed.
Yeah, Tom Barley's the only player in the semis that hasn't been there before.
Yes. Take 2 for Simon Ward then.
He's lost the white there, but again.
This time he hasn't lost the black, so
No.
that's a bonus.
And a big break, made a ball.
Awkward,
yeah. He's got the perfect ball. If he wants to be ultra aggressive and attack on yellows, he can go straight into them from the yellow that's over this corner pocket. But
they don't come out though, do they? I mean, I look at that yellow between the 2 reds, and you think if he hits the red, which is the only way he can feasibly do it, I just don't see how they come out. Well, that's found its way in by the skin of its teeth.
Now what does he do? Does he just push that yellow over the pocket and say, over to you, Tom?
I think so. I don't see the value in going game here. He's got a huge amount of control over the frame. You know, Simon's an ultra aggressive player, but even for him, I think this is a bridge too far.
Yeah, he's ultra aggressive, but he's also a very smart pool player. He's not.
I like that from Tom. I think he's left a thin edge of one of those yellows though, which will annoy him.
Tying them up a little bit more.
Well, obviously, trying to force Simon to unblock that pocket he's just blocked.
Okay, so
That would have been the ideal.
Masters, please, on table 1. Robert Allen, Jules Goodyear. Robert Allen, Jules Goodyear, table 1.
Yep. So again, Simon just positioning his yellow to. For example, if this was Simon's next shot, he would be playing the one in the bottom left corner and going into that cluster, knowing he's almost guaranteed to be on the one in the bottom right corner.
Oh, that's a good effort from Tom.
We might see him play it now. He's got to go sooner or later, otherwise Tom's going to potentially tie him up.
No, doesn't. Ooh, now then. That's a big error. Because Simon's now got very few options on the table to play safe. He's got the 2 yellows tied up, but he doesn't really want to untie just yet.
No, and Tom's going to have so many options to go into it. Tom will be attacking from here.
Yeah,
he's got a few options. He's got obviously the one over the corner pocket that he can use, and
he could try the skill shot here. No, he's not going to. I was going to say he could have sort of potted the red into the bottom left and screwed into the yellow, and that would have limited Simon's options even more. He could have played a safety from there.
I like what he did there. That was
yep, tied up the
smart.
black.
Yeah, just tied up the black and said, right, you know, I'm going to make you force the issue. Problem is for Tom, he's now given himself an extra ball.
Double on here.
Which is...
double potential skill shot on here.
I don't know if he's going to do that.
Is he just going to try and nip in behind those 2 reds? Yeah. Not bad.
A bit of a double-edged sword for Tom, because it was a clever shot tying the black up, but... and he hasn't fully tied it up. No, actually I think he has. But...
he's fully tied it up for himself.
For himself as well as Simon, so...
Doesn't want that to drop. That should be frame over.
Well, you say that. He's got to waste a shot either on the yellow that he's closest to or the black. And either way, then he's still got the other problem. Does the yellow go cushion?
That's what I'm thinking, and if it doesn't,
pocket?
It goes over the pocket. And you then have the yellow in the centre of the table with an angle to get down on the black, maybe. He's not seeing it that way. Unless he does feel like this yellow definitely goes past the red. Because if it does, now it is frame over.
I think it's not impossible. It's just, if it was a fraction further away from the pocket, it would be an absolute gimme.
I don't know if he's on it.
I don't think he is.
I think that's I think he's made a bit of an error there.
Yes.
He can't see enough of that yellow.
You just heard Simon go, ah.
Doing his best pirate impression for us. Still got an option, he's still got the one over the pocket. But it's tough to have that level of precision screwing back. That's a very good shot, but he's horribly hampered now.
I just don't like the shot, but he'll know a lot better because he's right behind it. The angles we get in the commentary box are not as...
I think the good thing about playing this cushion first is the red is quite a long way off the cushion. So the double kiss is sort of taken out of the equation.
Yeah,
there you go. Well,
I just didn't like it.
No, fair enough.
It wasn't impossible. That was it, but it was... if it was just an inch further away from the pocket, it'd almost be unmissable. So Tom's got a chance here. He's still well up against it, though.
I feel like Tom's best option, not perhaps now, but in a shot's time or two max, is to play a skill shot and then try and find safety. He's got those three reds on the side cushion. Well, he's not going to. This is the safety shot then.
He's tying the yellow up, yeah.
Yeah.
Tying the yellow up while Snooker and Simon
This is
on the other
risky.
yellow.
He's already made a mistake of one of these shots.
No, look, even that though still is not too bad.
I think it. The yellow's still open to pot, and I think he can get through to the one in the bottom half of the table cushion first. I think Tom's possibly played his last shot there.
Possibly, but he's given himself a lifeline.
Yeah, giving Simon something to think about.
Yeah, and
now he really does have something to think about.
of course,
Yeah.
and that was. And even if he bends this now, it's just not difficult to swerve this and pot it at all. But you're highly likely to follow the white in afterwards or wedge against the red.
Referee's going to have to be hawk-eyed here. This is close, but not good enough for Simon Ward. Yeah, Tom's done his job in this frame.
Yeah, I think for someone who plays so quickly and aggressively, I've seen this match and his match that I commentated on yesterday. Just a couple of 2 or 3 frames where he. I mean, his nickname Banger is obviously in jest. You know, he's a great pool player. He doesn't just lash at things, but that comes from him playing so quickly and fluently.
Yeah.
But actually, he really does play some very clever shots sometimes when he has to. You know, this is not his natural way. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to attack, but he's played a very clever frame here.
Yep, he's done really well to keep Simon Ward from winning that frame. To be fair, because Simon was a heavy favourite for a long time in that frame. Really good stuff from the banger, Tom Barley. He levels the scores in set number 3. Not a lot to choose between these two at the moment. It's been a strange game, this, in that we started with 5 reverse dishes, 2 break dishes in the first 9 frames, so 8 dishes out of 9. Then, all of a sudden, they started getting their break working, but the frames are going scrappy.
It's just pulled all over, isn't it? You can, you know, you can play in a very similar way from 1 hour to the next, and the balls and break exactly the same, and the balls just sometimes they come out great for you, sometimes they don't. Sometimes you hit them so well, control the white, park the white middle of the table, they explode, and you pot off one in 7 or 8 breaks. Other times you're not hitting them great at all, but you're making a ball every time. Another ball for Tom.
A better split this time. Case for both colours here, but probably red. Awkward because of that yellow up at the top left. He might be forced into yellows.
Yellows it is. Little shake of the head, he doesn't like it, but I think he's still got to cut into the middle, has he?
Yeah, I think so. The reason I initially looked at reds was because of that black and yellow in the middle of the table, but actually I'm pretty sure the yellow will pass the black, it just hasn't got a full pocket.
Yeah, well, look, if he left those to his last 2 balls, it wouldn't be a problem, assuming the yellow goes, because he just has to leave himself the right angle, and then he can drift below for the yellow into the opposite middle pocket. But he's going to have to play a very precise positional shot to get there.
Yeah.
He needs to get as close to this left middle pocket as he can. He wants to be quite straight as well. That's pretty good.
That's certainly good enough.
So this is all about pace control. He needs to bring the white pretty much in line with the middle pocket. That is absolutely spot on.
Yep.
Because now he can just drift into the gap.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Just like that. And just like that, it's 2-1 to Tom Barley. I'm calling it early, Dan.
Oh, I'll let you off.
But it is. And yeah, great response from Tom to going 4-0 in that second set.
Ben Davis just making his way across to Simon there.
Yeah, he will definitely be in the Ward corner.
Yeah, good friends those two.
Have you watched their cue list video that we put out?
I have. It's very funny.
Yeah, very. Theirs was definitely, well, to be fair, all the Welsh boys, them and Craig and Corey. I don't know if we've seen that one yet. I don't know if that one's come out. I'm told that we're looking forward to that one after this
match.
game. So yeah, that one's worth a watch. That one is hilarious. If you haven't seen it, I won't spoil it for you because I think it's out on social media. But there's a particularly funny story about Showerhead.
Yes. Yeah, in the Shetlands. Yes.
Yeah. I'm not going. We shouldn't give any more away.
No.
But I urge you to go and watch it because
And it's nowhere near as crude as you might think
no,
either.
but I
It's
didn't
funny.
stop laughing for about 10 minutes when I heard that.
That's actually a great idea as well. You're going to have to watch it.
Yeah, go and watch it, and don't try it at home, or do.
No,
But
do try it at home. Yeah. Simon's made a ball off the break. Tricky finish. Can't really go yellows.
no,
Doesn't really have a first, unless he can squeeze that yellow by the red into that corner pocket.
too big a risk that because if you miss it, you lose the frame.
Yeah, I think it does squeeze by though. But obviously it can go reds. They're not too difficult. It's just getting around those three that are nearest to the black and the order in which you take them in. Is there a cannon that's going to need to be played or not?
This needs to run.
Well,
Well,
that-
I think he's had a bit of a touch there because I think he's on the most difficult red.
Yeah, he'll take that every day of the week.
Can he get enough into the cue ball to cannon? Yeah, I was going to say the yellow that was to the right of that one. If he could have managed to bump into that, he'd have been very happy. But this has worked out all right.
Needs angle.
He's got
That's
enough.
fine. He's got enough. Now, could be playing this with just extreme right-hand side.
I think he just punches this up through the gap, doesn't he? Up
Could.
between black and yellow, and
Depends
try
what
and
he
land straight
prefers.
on the yellow. The red near the baulk line.
Okay, he's actually played it even more controlled than that.
Yeah.
The natural angle was actually to take it in between these two yellows. It's perfect. Again, doesn't want to be too straight on this one. Perfect, so he could just get the cue ball away from the side cushion as he drifts down table. Really, really well worked finished here. You can argue whether or not he landed exactly where he was supposed to after his first shot, but either way he did, and he's taken them out. So one set each and
2 frames each.
2 frames each.
Yeah, interesting game. This between these two. They
To
are
the nitty gritty now.
toe to toe again, not unlike the first set. Back-to-back break dishes from this pair as well. First couple we've seen for a little while. Fifth frame of the third set. Tom Barley with the advantage. purely because he has the next break. There he is, standing ready and waiting.
Frame number 5. Tom Barley to break. 2 frames all. Time running.
Caught them. Oh, that is harsh. It was dry anyway, and you could argue that with the way it's come out, it may not have mattered. But he's screwed the cue ball straight up and down the table, as good as you could get, and flies into the centre pocket off a ball. With the free visit afforded to Simon here, because that cue ball got kicked in off, you'd be surprised if he didn't take these out, Dan.
Yeah, just figuring out his route. I think he'll definitely be taking yellows. He's just trying to figure out which way he's going to go about it. Might move the red that's next to the yellow on the left-hand side of the table. Push it into the one that's the yellow on the left-hand side cushion. Yeah, I think he looked at it, but he's gone against it. So he must be able to get through to this yellow and the red together.
Does look tight.
Yeah, it looks tight. He must just about be able to see the pot and angle.
Probably just into the left-hand side of the pocket rather than right in the centre.
Perfect. It's one of those, when you're down there, beside the shot, it's a lot clearer than when you've got an overhead shot.
It's also where that extra 1/4 of an inch you get from the smaller cue ball comes in really handy.
Yep.
Essentially at the halfway stage of the match now, halfway through the third set. Very entertaining watch so far. So difficult to call.
I think it was always going to be these two players, the style, the way they play, was always going to be a great watch. Even if it was a one-sided match, it was going to be a great watch. But I don't know if it's got a decided set written all over it for me.
(3-2) Simon Ward taking advantage of that piece of poor fortune for Tom Barley. And it'll be Simon breaking for the set next up. Has that made Simon just a slight favourite in the match? Definitely.
Well, he's favourite to go 2-1 up, and it was arguably a coin flip at the start of the game. You might have made Simon slight favourite on the basis of how much he's won over the years, but he hasn't won an awful lot in the last 2 or 3 years. So this set's absolutely, whoever wins this set is quite a big favourite, massive break for Simon. There's your bits where this is your story you tell for years to come. I was 3-2 up in the first semi-final, and in the semi-final in the third set, I broke and didn't pot anything. He cleared, and then he broke and cleared to nick that set, and that just killed the match. Or he breaks, parks the white middle of the table, makes a ball, yellows come out good.
Yep.
And he takes a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Simon, whichever one of them wins this match, won't talk about this match very often, I wouldn't have thought, because they'll be in the final.
Of course.
I think the story you were describing is going to be told by the loser of the match rather than the winner.
If Simon loses, in fact, actually, probably not with Simon, because he seems to. He's one of the people that you don't really hear bemoaning his luck an awful lot, but
Yeah, he doesn't seem to care, does he? I know he does, but he
of course he
doesn't.
does.
He
tried.
doesn't show it.
No, yeah, you're bang on, but he the way he lost the first set is tough to take.
Yeah.
You know, Tom running out of position and then potting the black out of a snooker in the deciding frame. That's tough to take. So for him to now be one each, you know, won the second set the way he did, and now got a tricky finish here. You know, these aren't easy. Needs to not stick to that yellow. So
He's overrun that.
he has. I think he can still get through to the yellow closest to the black, which at some point needs to be taken anyway.
He's a bit fortunate there, because if that goes an inch further, he's not on very much at all.
Well, yeah, if he played it this way. Not sure if he played it like that or whether he played to bump this yellow out that he's next to, but either way, these are huge moments in this semi-final. Absolutely huge. Played that well. Can take this one into the right middle now.
I think the problem he's got now is...
I'll tell you what he's doing, Dan. He's leaving the black for a double
Do you
into
think?
the middle, into a humongous pocket. That's the biggest pocket you've ever seen.
Easy.
think-
I know what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. I just think if you catch you catch the first red,
Well, look, I don't
does it
think he is anymore.
necessarily? No, you don't. You don't think
Not
so?
the way he's played that, no.
No.
Whether he wanted to or not, I don't know, but I thought he may have held and played the yellow that he was closest to just then.
Yeah, I don't know if that's as big a pocket as it looks. And of course, where you'd want the cue ball for that double, that red's kind of in the way as well. I know you could.
But if you're playing on this yellow as your last ball, it's not
Yes.
that hard to get on.
Oh, Simon,
He'll take that. That could have been worse.
could have been a lot worse.
He'd
Yeah,
have loved a half ball flick on it, but mind you, this is
this is tough.
Ooh.
This is a missable shot. He's dragged it, and he's dragged it well
No.
wide. I didn't like the way he played that at all.
well. Tom Barley. Is Tom going to have the same problem of how he attacks that black on the side cushion? Oh, Tom, what have you done? He's completely taken his eye off the pot.
Well, these two have been near perfect through this game, and they've both thrown in a pretty poor one there. Now, what can Simon Ward do from here? Because he can't cut that yellow in.
So he's going to go side. He's going to go back cushion with side spin and try and pop this in the middle pocket. Obviously,
Trying to bend it round the red first.
yes, it's to hold the cue ball.
Oh,
It's to hold the cue ball, and
the angle wasn't there, was it? If you went
No.
up the other side of the red, then the black was in the way as
The
well.
black's sort of in the way. He still could have clipped it in, but the black was playing it the way he played it. He had more yellow to aim at.
Tom, despite a poor shot, has given himself a chance to get the black out into open play and make this clearance pretty much unmissable.
Seen a bit of nerves creep in here
Yeah, I think we are.
for the first time. Both started the match so well.
Certainly from Simon. That yellow into the middle was definitely a nervy one. Tom's overhit that
was
by
That was
a
poor.
margin.
Yeah, so he's going to leave.
He's
He's going to leave. So look, he's going to get this 9 times out of 10, but he should have been right behind it. Should have been unmissable. Oh, he needs to hold himself together because it's Tom's break next, isn't it?
Yes. Yep, Tom, if he gets these, will be breaking for the set. Got it.
Yeah, it's made it.
Cue ball couldn't be much worse.
No, it's gone thin, but again, he's very close to it. He should be fine. To take us to a decider in this set. There we go.
And Tom Barley duly obliges We're going all the way in set number 3, just as we did in set number 1. 3-3. Both players missing a chance in that frame. Tom Barley coming out on top. Simon Ward has won 10 frames in this match to Tom Barley's 7. But if Tom Barley gets to 8 before Simon Ward gets to 11, it will be 2-1 to the Englishman.
Yeah, that'll feel harsh.
That's the format. It is more like 5 individual games though. That's how you treat it as a player, I think. I don't think anyone actually walks away after a match and thinks, oh, it was harsh because I won more frames.
No.
You know the format.
No, he's a special kind of person that does that. And I tend to make excuses about everything.
Well, job 1 done for Tom.
Oh, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. As long as that first red that he's closest to goes past the other red into the top right corner.
Straight down on it.
Yeah, these are pretty nice. I thought he may have screwed into the red that's next to the black. I think he can still get on into the corner pocket.
He can, but I understand what you're saying because it's a little awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, and he was guaranteed to be on the one that he just played.
Doesn't have a huge margin for error.
No.
To find that potting angle.
And it's you can see him now just almost thinking again, how am I going to get these? What route am I going to take? I think if he can punch back to slightly to the left of where he is now, he could play the one to the right of the black next. Punch into the black and break that out. So now he can play that shot.
Oh.
No, he can.
Yeah, but I think if the cue ball had run a bit more, he'd have played that red now.
Maybe. To the right of the black, stun into the black, clear the area.
He's put the black awkward.
Not quite. He is going to be able to make a very simple cannon, but then you trusted on that going well. And he's overhit that as well.
Is he going to make the cannon now? Does he run into the black?
Unless he's coming across the table, top it through.
No. Screw back, he's overdone this.
So he might have to leave a double. Can he, if he can get to the angle?
I think it will double.
Yeah.
But it's a big shot.
Massive moments. This just reminds me of the first set where Simon will be thinking, oh, he's messing these up.
Yeah.
I've got a chance here.
I don't know if I like this. I don't know if this doubles. It might be. It's a treble.
He's looking at a treble.
He's looking at a treble.
Can't double it. No, he's
for the set. It's come off the jaw.
Wow.
He pulled off a world-class shot to win the first set. 4-3 did Tom Barley, but he can't repeat the same trick here. And now Simon Ward has 6 yellows, 1 black, all reasonably in the open.
This will be the nerviest finish of the match for Simon Ward. This will probably be the time where the butterflies are at their highest.
Well, they did in the last frame as well, let's not forget.
Far.
He missed that yellow to the centre by a long way.
Especially because of what happened in the last frame as well.
Oh,
he doesn't want to be too straight on the one down the cushion. He's not. That's perfect.
He's let his arm go there in that shot. I like it.
Yeah.
It was that was a. I think he played that as a bit of a loosener almost.
Yeah. So it just wants to leave. I think he wanted to leave the one in the middle, the middle of the table, the one furthest right, straight into the corner. and then it was set over. Now he's having to play the middle
I
of the
think
three.
he can just stun the middle of the three back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. This looks like this is Simon Ward's set. Nicely taken out. I guarantee you he felt butterflies on that clearance, but he hasn't shown it.
Not over yet.
He's held himself together.
But it should be now. We thought Tom Barley had done enough. We thought he was going to scrape over the line once again, but that missed treble attempt means it's Simon Ward who takes the third set. 2 sets in a row now for the Welshman. One more will see him into his second IPA Professional World Championship final. Tom Barley needs both remaining sets for a chance. Tom Barley needs to get that previous frame out of his head. He had the chance to take the set, but there is no point in dwelling on it. Now, of course, this is the first of our semi-finals. The second semi-final will be coming up straight afterwards between Clint Ianson and Craig Brown. Then we will have a little break, and then 2 finals for you in today's evening session, starting with the ladies' final. Now, we've already heard that Emma Reeves is the first of the ladies through to that all-important final. In the second, I tell you, Amy Beecham has taken the first set against Danielle Randall. A long way back for Danielle, but not beyond the realms of possibility. They're just starting the second set now. Out on table 11. As Simon Ward gets the 4th set underway here on the main arena table. Simon, of course, now with the advantage of breaking first in this set. A set that would see him through to a World Championship final. But a tough table, this. So, containing safety. Is Tom Barley going to push the boat out? Does have the option just to cover the bottom left pocket, give him some control in the frame. I think that's the idea here. Doesn't want to pot this. Oh, it's just hung. Could easily have dropped in that.
Easily. Heart was in his mouth for a second there.
Simon definitely in control of this frame, because that red over on the right hand side in baulk is in a horrible position. Simon trying to mess up another red. How aggressive are you feeling if you're Tom Barley here? Because he's got that red over on the left-hand side in balk that he could attack that area with.
Yeah, it's just picking your time. I think sometimes people do it at the first possible opportunity and don't see that they could play another shot first that might make them a sort of slightly higher percentage to win that frame. But yeah, it's all about it's all about when, picking your time. You ideally want to do it when you've got a bit of insurance, or so that Simon's played quite a clever shot there, because he's pulled his other yellow out slightly, so it's quite easy for a skill shot, whereas before it wasn't. So that's something that might put Tom off of pulling the trigger. They've had a frame like this already, and I was quite impressed with the way Tom went about things. I know Simon a lot better as a player, so I know Simon's very smart when it comes to the rules.
Now that's interesting. I didn't expect him to play the plant there.
No.
I'm not entirely sure what his plan of action is from here.
So I know one of the things you might be thinking is ignore that red in the bottom left corner, because I'm going to back myself to play a skill shot. So treat the rest of the table as if...
Well, is he playing it now?
This is a clearance.
He's not got it.
He was. So he'd taken the decision to say, I'm getting that skill shot.
Yeah.
So what has the rest of the table got for me? And that's why he went for it.
I think the other thing he's done there is he's left Tom a really awkward table still. In going for the skill shot when he did, Tom's got more than one problem to solve with this foul.
Exactly, yeah. And if you can ever go for a skill shot knowing that if you do miss it, your opponent's going to have more than one area that he needs to use his free shot on, then that's also a good time to pull the trigger.
Well, Tom's solved problem number one. He might be solving problem number two with this next shot, but it depends where that other red ends up, and he has to make the pot, and he hasn't. So, a good decision from Simon Ward to give that a go.
Yeah, it's paid off for him.
The skill shot may not have worked perfectly as intended, but second prize is very much...
Yeah, calculated risk.
Yeah.
All about just not leaving yourself straight. Must have an angle. Yeah. We said it earlier, didn't we, about the first frame of each set being crucial, and Simon being 2-1 up in sets in the match. You know, for him to then go 1-0 up here, especially after losing the first set, he really will feel like he's properly in the driving seat.
Yeah. Simon has actually won the first frame in every set. And that looks set to continue.
Very good. I like what we did there.
You're welcome. Totally unintentional, that one. They aren't always, but that one was. Simon Moore does take the first frame of set number 4. There's just no... It's still tough to call this match. It's still very tough to call. But if you were giving odds, where would you be on Simon now? Sort of 4 to 6?
No.
Even a bit heavier than that, sort of 1 to 2?
1 to 4.
1 to 4?
He's 2 sets to 1 up.
Okay.
Yeah. Tom will be... Tom will be a decent second favourite now. In running, definitely. Simon's ahead in this set. It's only 1-0, but...
So you're giving him like a... What would that be? That would be like a 12% chance.
20.
Yeah.
From here, I think he wins 1 in every 4 or 5 times.
Okay.
You're well and truly in the driving seat, 2-1 up in sets. He's a dry breakaway from here from potentially being... He could be 3-0 down in this set in 5 minutes' time.
Well, you just said it. Nail on the head. He's a dry break away. It's the worst possible time for one.
I'd say he didn't deserve to be dry there as well. He did hit them really good. But he's left problems for Simon.
Yeah.
Yellow and the red in the top right-hand corner are kind of getting in each other's way a little bit. I think the yellow's next to the black do plant. You've also got yellow on the side cushion. There's problems.
I think he's got to go yellows.
I think he will.
If those two plant, then there's your ball to get that red away. And I think that's what he's going
play
off
this
first
now
off.
with right-hand side, yep. Always get into your bad ball early. He's done that, but he's stuck to it.
I tell you what, I think he's got massively lucky there. I think he might have a gap down to the yellow to the bottom right.
Well, we're about to find out.
It's really tight whether he can see that or not, but I think he can.
Clearly not. So, containing safety from Simon, trying to get right behind that black. Oh, it's almost perfect, but he's just
Left on
stuck
the shot.
this. Yeah, not easy queuing right off the cushion.
And the reds are quite open. The one next to the centre now.
Nice.
I was going to say, that's a long way away. That's a bad shot.
That's a long way away. He was straight down. I mean, single ball pottings is kind of his strength.
Yeah.
So I was expecting him to get that.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's up against it in this match, isn't he? He's up against it. He's 1-0 down in this set. He's 2-1 down in sets. And don't forget, Tom's just missed a treble.
Yeah.
Or a double, arguably, on the black to win the previous set. And you're not human if that doesn't affect you in some way or another.
That shot there was perhaps a moment where just that little extra bit of composure that sometimes you wish he had come into play. Because he could have used the extension, perhaps.
Well, and used it earlier in the clearance to figure out what order he was going to take the balls in.
I actually meant the previous shot that he just missed in this frame.
Oh yeah,
where he came to the table and just got down and...
Yeah. But then, so often you see him do that and just casually knocks it in as if it's over the pocket.
Yeah. But how often are you in a World Championship semi-final? That's the...
Exactly. So Simon's got a wall of reds to navigate when he plays position on the black. And he'll want to make sure that he... I think the biggest gap is along the right-hand side of the table. So just to the left of the two reds, next that are on the right, next to the right-hand middle pocket.
Basically, I think as long as you avoid the two reds, you'd be very unlucky not to be on it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be going anywhere near them. Oh,
I think
wow.
he played that, but he's got away with it. Has he?
I don't know. This is tight. This is a swerve, I think.
Well, he's straight down.
Queuing up to the right-hand side of it. No. That was fortunate.
It was. He didn't play to cannon that red.
Got away with one there, did Simon Ward. But he is well in control of this match. He leads by 2 sets to 1 and 2 frames to 0. He's 2 away from a second World Championship final. I think I'm right in saying he'd only be the second person to do that after Craig Marsh.
Hibbert.
Yes, Hibbert last year, you're right. Yeah, third. Yeah, of Of course, Gareth Hibbert, runner-up in 2022, winner in 2016.
Simon looks a bit more stressed, focused. So what you call it.
Probably
Sat
both.
forward in his seat now. Normally he's sat back in his seat. Puff of the cheeks. He knows how important this break is. Needs a ball.
Cue ball. Cue ball's in. Is it going to hang? How's that stayed out?
Wow. Wow. I mean, it still looks like it might drop now.
That looked in all the way from here.
Yeah. But you see again, you can say it's maybe not the best break he's hit because he had that arc again into the side cushion and back out.
First shot here is,
Well,
ultimately difficult.
well, that hasn't gone to plan.
That might be the understatement of the year.
I was about to say, I didn't have time to say it. This is either going to look great or really bad because when you're hitting it at that pace.
Yeah.
Yeah, lucky for it not to happen. But the breaks recently, most of his recent breaks, he's been parking the white in the centre of the table.
Yeah.
And that one, again, wandered off onto the side cushion and arced and went all over the place. So, well, I don't know if that's the best shot from Tom. I think he must just about be on this one into the corner. So it's fine. It's fine.
It's got that one yellow in ball 'cause it's quite isolated.
Yeah, not an easy clearance for Tom.
No.
This is not easy. I'd call this.
This is not dissimilar to that one that Simon missed a couple of frames back.
Yeah, it's fine if you're right behind it. He's made that look a lot easier than it is.
He played it like he was right behind it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, very confident shot to play. Again, like one of his strengths, he just, no matter what the situation of the match is.
Oh, you kidding me, Tom Barley?
Wow. Look, he had to cheek the pocket.
Yeah.
I'm going to defend him here. He had to cheek the pocket to be able to draw straight back up the table the way that he did. But you can tell how little he's missed it by the fact that the ball stayed over the pocket after hitting the jaw so many times and at that pace.
I don't know. I don't know, Dan.
What? No?
I think it's a little bit unforgivable, isn't it?
Well, I'm not saying it was a good shot. But the only reason he's missed it is because he was trying to cheek the pocket to screw straight up table.
I understand.
You're getting harsh in your old age, Dan. No? I'm sticking up for the players, yeah?
Rude. Now, what's going through Simon's mind here? Tom's still well in control of this frame. Simon really does have to do something about that yellow. Is he going to look at the skill shot? He missed one a couple of frames ago.
Might tie it up, I think. Yeah, just push it in front. Clever shot from Simon. He's biding a bit of time.
Yeah, I wonder if he would have gone after that skill shot had he got the one in the previous frame.
I don't know. I don't think it was necessary, and you can make an argument that you should always treat every frame the same, but I don't think that's the way everybody thinks. And if you're tuning up in the set, I think you maybe are a little bit more inclined to just say, okay, I'm going to play percentages, and if you want to pluck something special out, then fair play to you.
Yeah, and Simon is certainly forcing that out of Tom here. Simon's doing really well to keep Tom from going for these because he's just putting the cue ball in awkward positions. He's not going for snookers. That could have gone worse.
Could.
But Simon's not going for snookers. He's not trying to be too clever. He's just making it awkward at the moment.
So Simon's got a shot potentially. If he wants to play the skill shot, play this one down the cushion, screw up table, and play the skill shot off of one of the two. He's okay.
Yep.
Off one of the two reds at the top left-hand side of the table, if he did want to. He's almost got like a huge pocket, because if he aims for the yellow, fine. If he misses it thin, or even hits cushion first, the reds are going to guide it in. So, all eggs in one basket for Simon.
I think it might be time.
Yeah.
The way he's queuing up, it looks like he's having a go at this. He's got it.
Here we go.
He's got it.
There's your flick. Oh, wow. Little bit harsh.
Little bit.
Little bit harsh.
Little bit in trouble now. Does the red he's closest to go to the right centre? There's nowhere safe on the table at this point.
I think we've just heard Simon let off a massive sigh. Playing it in the corner. No, it goes in the middle. Or not.
Or not indeed. It's a good shot actually. Has he stopped him getting through to that one to the middle, Tom Barley? I think he might have done, Cushion first for Tom. Big shot.
Yeah, no, that's... Oh, I don't think he's left Simon any option here. To get those long levers out and play that skill shot.
No.
No?
You don't think? You think?
Oh, he's thought of it. It doesn't look like he's going to play it. It is quite a thin cut, to be fair.
Yeah,
it's more that, like, where was he ever going to leave the white after playing that? I think if he had no shot clock,
yeah,
I think he might have talked himself into playing the skill shot.
Possibly. It's harder now than it was before, so surely not now. I think he's got to just try and clear the other two. He's got to go.
There's no safety on now, surely.
No. But he's trying it. It's not safe.
Not safe enough.
Tom's can cut that in.
Yeah.
Tom's not turning this down.
No, look, this can go wrong. Oh, no, he's... Okay, well, look, he had to get it right on the back cushion.
Yep.
Otherwise, he was giving Simon a chance, but he's played that shot really well.
He has. He has. I'm really surprised at it, but it's a very good shot. Simon perhaps with the opportunity to flick off the red and try and get a snooker, or is he going all out for the... Oh, he's going all out for the cut. What a shot this is.
Well, just trying to get the pocket, I think. But look, Tom's got to go a game sooner or later. He's... Yeah, very nicely done. Not sure he had a full pocket though. I think that was better than it looked.
Agree.
Tom just thinking about how he wants to go about this once he's played the plant. Got a clever shot there, making sure that the yellow went over to the other side of the jaw, and now he can just play the black into the middle. Okay, screwed it back. Very confident.
Yeah, very.
Very confident.
Yeah.
2-1.
Easy to overscrew that.
Yeah, very confident shot.
Tom Barley keeping things going in the fourth set. You would have said it was probably curtains if he'd not got that.
Oh, 3-0. He's a massive underdog.
It's why I thought there were a good couple of times in that frame where I thought, right, he's now going to go. Partly because he's Tom Barley, and that's sort of what he does.
Yep.
And partly because it seemed like a dangerous idea to turn down the finish.
I still think it was, yeah.
Because Simon Ward is such a shot maker. If Simon, you know, that one where he either tried to take the pocket or where he cut that red up the rail, if that goes in, Tom could be 3-0 down.
I think if he had his time again, he'd have played the skill shot.
Yeah.
But
I think you might be right.
Guarantee you something from doing a lot of commentary and a lot of playing. It is far easier in here than it is when you're out there to see every option. You know, when it's not your World Championship life on the line.
Yes, absolutely. Tom Barley has come up with a great break there. And just before we get into this frame, just some breaking news. We have a final in the ladies. We know who will be in the final.
That's the idea, though, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
We know who's going to be in it.
Right, okay.
We knew it was going to be Emma Reeves, your
We
mixed
did.
doubles partner, of course. And she will be taking on Amy Beecham, former world champion
Former
herself,
world
of
champ.
course.
Very, very good player.
Yeah. One of the very best.
Yeah. Well, scheduled for 5 o'clock, is that right?
Scheduled, yep. It will depend, I imagine, on what happens in the two men's semi-finals, but the idea is 5 o'clock, yes.
So it'll be an hour after the second semi-final, I understand, finishes. So we'll keep you up to date if you keep checking the IPA
Or just
page.
watch all game and then you'll know.
There we go.
Just watch all day.
Yeah, play it safe.
Yeah, don't risk it. Just keep your YouTube tuned to Channel 4 Sport. What a shot that is from Tom Barley. That's a great way to finish the frame.
Yeah, bold, brave. He's sort of decided early doors that was what he was going to do, and he was going to just back himself to play that shot right. And they can easily go wrong, but he played it really, really well. We'll play Tom Barley back to 2 each in this set.
Two all. Break dish for Tom Barley. Fascinating match. Hard to take your eyes off it. It really did begin to look like Simon had all the momentum, particularly with Tom missing a chance in the deciding frame in set 3 and then going 2-0 down. Credit to Tom here. Credit to his mental strength to come back into the game.
Yeah, unbelievable. He's I think that kind of sums his game up, really. Just doesn't seem to be phased any situation. Said it earlier on, you'd look at him in his chair and you wouldn't know if he was 2-0 up in sets or 2-0 down in sets. He just kind of, although his play doesn't really represent, it's very flamboyant, doesn't really represent that of a calm character, if you know what I mean.
True, actually. Yeah.
But his persona and to speak to, personality, very laid back, chilled out guy. Everybody loves Tom.
I think that's true of both these players.
Yeah. Now, what are you going to do with this white ball, Simon? You going to park it in the middle of the table again? No.
To the side cushion.
To the side cush, loads of side spin.
He's not going to care.
He couldn't care less.
Does
He's made a ball.
If the red passes the yellow to the right centre, which I think it does, then this is a brilliant opportunity.
Even if not, the yellows aren't too difficult.
Nope, true.
He's got options.
Going after yellows.
Choosing yellows. Yeah,
That's a great shot.
perfect. Attack his bad area as soon as he possibly can.
Yeah, because that cluster is not made particularly well for a plant. It's makeable, but you wouldn't really want to. So he's gone over to the short side, if you like.
Yeah, and he was blessed with a lucky angle as well. So off the break, it was the perfect angle to get over into that gap. Just needs to play a couple of delicate little positional shots here. He's looks to be pretty perfect here.
Oh, that's a horrible
Needs to
flick,
stop.
is it? Oh, he just
Skin
held
of
up.
his teeth. Skin of his teeth.
That looked like it was going to end up welded to the side of the red and no shot.
It's a little bit, it's just over on it slightly. A bit of nerves maybe out there.
I think it was the angle he left himself in the previous shot. It just wasn't perfect. It was just off perfect.
Slightly thinner than he wanted.
Yeah.
Whereas that is a perfect angle now.
Yeah, it's
to just
back in.
come up the table naturally. The natural angle.
Just a little drifty one. Little short of pace, but
Little
he can go
drifter.
around the back of it.
He can,
he wants
I
to.
think he can just stun across just about.
Yep.
Fine. So might have to stun if he's dead straight. He might have to stun in and out the cushion as well, or can he just top it through and leave the edge of the black? A little bit careless if he's.
Yeah, doesn't have to worry about the cue ball with the black's thin, because that red will
No,
be in the way.
He's actually called his extension as well.
He might have to screw this back off the side rail, you know.
If he is dead straight, then actually really, it's not really that difficult a shot for him to screw into the cushion and then back through the gap of the red and the black. But
No, because even if he catches the red, the black goes down to the bottom left.
Yeah.
It goes, if he underdoes it, it goes to the bottom right.
there you go,
Yep, through the gap. Lovely job.
perfect.
3-2, Simon Ward. We are coming to a head in this match. Tom Barley needs the next 2 frames to keep his hopes alive. So it's out of Tom's hands now. Simon can break dish if we get to a 7th frame in this set.
Tom's got the chance to give us our 3rd deciding set out of 4.
Yep.
I'm a neutral here. You know, I don't really have any particular allegiances to either. I know Simon a bit better than I know Tom, but Tom's a lovely guy. I'd love to see him win it. But what a great match it's been to watch as a neutral.
Yeah. It's had everything, hasn't it? It's had, we've gone through periods of
6,
Just
7
clearance,
clearances in a
clearance.
row. You know, 6 out of 7. You know, finishes from the break in all of 20-25 minutes. We've had 2 or 3 tactical frames which have, you know, had exciting ends to them. It's had a bit of everything. Right, where's that going to rest up? Tom Barley's made a ball. That's the most important thing. That he can go reds if he wants.
I think he's got to go reds.
The reds all go.
Yeah, the yellow in the right hand side of the balk area is surely going to stop him from going yellows. It's not a great first shot. It's all right this, but I think he's got to take the one down the rail, and if the cue ball comes back across and if it slides behind that yellow.
He's using his extension, Tom. I mean, this is last chance saloon.
Can he see this? Can he see enough of this one?
Don't know. I thought maybe he would have played this one first.
I think he's tying things up here. Oh, just cheat the pocket.
Yeah, he's had to punch that into the side of the pocket. That's actually a really good shot, even though it just looks like the easiest pot you'll ever play. But he took his extension. He probably wasn't even sure if he could play that shot. Now, all about cue ball control here. He's probably not quite as straight as he wants to be. All about pace control.
Nice shot.
I don't
Little
know.
Short.
No, yeah, I don't know if it is a nice shot. I think he's caused himself a problem.
I think he can stun out.
But he needs to catch this. If he's catching the yellow,
Round off 2.
okay, so he's played off 2. Perfect.
That's a
Perfect.
brilliant shot.
But that wasn't as easy as it looked. But Tom Barley doing what Tom Barley does.
Oh, he's underdone that as well. That was a pressure shot there.
This is what Tom Barley does.
Yeah,
He runs out of position. He just keeps on potting the balls.
and he does keep on potting the balls. He's going to force Simon Ward to take this set. He's not going to give it up. 3-all, as you said, our third deciding frame in 4 sets.
Yeah.
Apart from that second set, which just all went the way of the Welshman, it's been close all the way through. We've had 3 break dishes on the trot.
Yeah, so Simon's
desperate for a 4th now.
Simon's actually 4 frames ahead in the match.
Yeah.
But he's 1 frame away from being 2-all in sets.
Yeah. But he's also 1 frame away from winning.
Yes.
He can taste that world final. Can he get there? He will. Have another bite at the cherry.
One of the most important breaks of his entire life. What he'd give to just make a ball, plant the white in the centre of the table.
Cue ball's moving. Cue
his
ball's
first
moving,
wish.
but it's safe.
Oh, bit of a mess.
Yeah, first glance, that area down below the black spot is going to take quite a bit of sorting out.
He can go into it straight away if he goes yellows.
I think he might have to. Does he have a red to open?
Well, he's got a long red into the corner. He's got a red that he can plant into the middle pocket. But do you don't really want to go reds anyway, do you? So
no, I think he's got to go yellows, and you're right. He's going to go down into them.
I think time to ride your luck, Simon. Time to ride your luck. Sometimes there isn't the perfect cannon to play.
Played this soft. I'm not quite sure why. Is he just trying to get some control? Has he decided that this isn't the visit to go for the finish?
I guess he has. Look, I mean, but where's his safety shot? I think maybe there might have been time to play that a little bit firmer. First up and take your chance. He's just handed the table over to Tom and said, "These are difficult. Go and take your chance."
Yeah. That's a bold move.
It's a bold move. It's an easier move to make when you're 2-1 up in sets.
True.
I think if he was 2-1 down in sets, you might see him be a bit more aggressive there.
Nice angle now for Tom to attack if he wants.
And needed to find that gap. Needed to be just below the black, in between the black and the one just to the left of it, so he could have played the red into the right corner. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Now, needs this to go right.
Oh no. Oh no.
It looks like Simon's risk has paid off.
It does. I don't know. I don't think Simon's going to come back to the table with an easy shot on though.
No, but he'd have took this.
Oh yeah. He's going to come back to the table. I think that's what Simon wanted. He's going to come back to an easier table. Oh, he's going to come back to a shot as well. Tom's left it on.
But
there's problems.
Not easy to clear from there.
No.
Now, does Simon attack? Does he try and play a...
See, under normal circumstances, I would say yes, but the way that these two have played in this match, Simon doesn't need to attack here.
No, he doesn't.
So I don't think he will.
I don't think he will. I think he'll play half ball off the yellow. Try and hide the cube. No. What do I know?
I did tell you, he said he was going to mess with us before the game, but I didn't think he'd do it at this particular moment in
Well,
time.
I think if he was 2 feet closer to this yellow and right behind it, he can quite delicately play like a very soft stun and clip the red off of the yellow and hold the cue ball with a perfect angle, but yeah.
Was that what he tried to do there?
He was trying to flick it off the red, definitely. But from distance, that's a really hard shot.
What now, Simon Ward? Okay.
I like it.
Good shot. Good containing shot.
Just bought himself some time. Tom's first thing he's looked at is a 3-ball plant. He says no, you're not in exhibition mode now. This is a world semi-final.
Tom's favourite from here, though.
Definitely. For the set.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In this frame. Simon, just a thin clip. Doesn't necessarily want to leave that red on, but Tom's not ready to attack. Oh, what a shot this is. What a shot that is from Tom Barley. Can Simon Ward see a yellow? Is this a total snooker?
Fully in control.
The problem, Simon's got a real problem here, because if he can see the edge of that yellow, then he's got to hit a cushion. And if he plays straight into it, I think he probably pots the red. So he's got to go cushion first. Going off the jaws. What a shot!
Oh my God.
What a shot that is!
Oh my word. Simon Ward. It's not an exhibition, mate. What a shot. And the crazy thing is, he hasn't really gained an awful lot out of it. Tom's got the upper hand so much in this exchange that that shot from Simon has bought him another couple of shots, but
That's it. But that's the thing. That's
all you need.
Tom had played such a nice safety shot that it looked like Simon had lost the frame, and he bought himself time.
Yeah. Just handing it over to Tom and saying, look.
Not there yet, is it? Tom's going to put the cue ball in back in there.
He needs to make sure okay, so that's perfect. You know, if he just left it slightly short, Simon might have had an ultra thin cut into the corner for the match. Had to get that right, and he did.
Delicate one now for Simon. Can't really do anything except just try and leave the cue ball on the bottom rail, I suspect.
He's running out of time, 10 seconds. Yeah, he's played that well.
That's a good effort.
No, he's played that well. Now, what does Tom do?
So tense. He's going.
Okay, I didn't realise that went.
Tom Barley's going here.
From the overhead, that didn't look like that went.
That was so dangerous.
And that was also tight, very tight. He had to play it off the jaw. You know, he didn't have a full pocket for it, and now. Well.
Oh no.
Now it's advantage Simon.
And that's a terrible shot.
It's not the best.
Because, well,
Does he?
he's got a free go at this, Simon.
He's got to take it on, hasn't he? Surely.
Yeah.
Take it on, but maybe leave the white short so that he doesn't leave. No, he's
not taking it on. I mean, I understand you don't want to leave the double.
I get it. I understand why he's done it. But I don't know. You can.
There's a shot on here. He's going at the double.
No, he hasn't, has he? He hasn't. So now, are you any better off, Simon, than you were before?
No.
Now he's got a difficult shot to play with the red hanging over the middle pocket. Before, he could have played it up into the top left corner, held the white, left the yellow at a bit of distance, but knowing that if he misses, all he's leaving Tom is a difficult double. There we go.
He's got safety.
Back over to you.
He's got safety.
Now, can he bend that? Or is he...
This for me now is make or break.
Oh, he's hanging on for dear life.
He did it
The
earlier
slower
in the
you
match.
hit them, the more they
Oh,
slide.
he slid miles.
The softer you hit them, the more they slide.
I think Tom Barley might know. He's just played his last shot in this year's World Championships.
That's it, Simon, thinking clearly. For your second world final. Simplest of blacks. Great performance, a mixture of perfect pull for parts of the match with some really clever tactical play. Simon Ward, that is you in the world final. Well played.
Well played, Simon Ward. Commiserations, Tom Barley. A superb semi-final, and it's Simon Ward who takes it by 3-1. Brilliant from the Welshman. And, guarantees Welsh representation in the final, which at one stage looked inevitable, and then as we moved into the semis, looked potentially
that shot
like
there
it wasn't.
to keep himself in the frame as well. What a shot that was.
Yeah, that was it.
I just think a little bit of experience has won him that game, Simon.
Tom will be back. Tom, a word for him. He's been amazing this week.
Yeah, I just think there was a couple of crucial frames in that match where Simon maybe thought a bit clearer under pressure. But yeah, there we are. So I think we're handing over now to get Simon's thoughts.
Thanks, Dan, and I'm here with our first finalist, Simon Ward. Simon, just tell us about that match. I mean, it had everything, particularly at the end. The tension was, you could feel it in the arena.
That's right. I mean, I thought I played well all the way through. Tom did well to win the first set, and then I played well. I missed a couple of balls, but the last set I was just trying to make things difficult for him because I was so far behind in the frame. I just thought I don't want to hand it to him when I play it. I'll play a few containing shots and see if he misses one.
So you lost the first set, and because of the set format, does it allow you just to like reset, restart, and put that to the back of your mind and it's start again, as it were?
Yes, definitely. I think like Tom's quite a streaky player, so if we're playing like a race to 10 or 12 frames, he can run off 4, 5, 6 frames without me much doing anything wrong. Whereas in this format, you actually only might lose one set from that. So it definitely helped me breaking it down into sort of like small mini matches, helped my game. Yeah.
So we haven't seen much of you this year, or last year and last season, other commitments. What is it about this event that brings the best out of you? Obviously, we'll talk about 2018 in a minute, but you're not a big practicer. You turn up and you either get beaten in the first round or you're at the business end.
It's World Championships, isn't it? Ultimately, I think in fairness, pretty much almost every year I've turned up and played well, but because it's the one that everyone wants to win, everyone plays well. So, you get tough draws, or guys just play better than you. 2018, I hadn't played for 3 months. Literally did not play. I had an hour before my match, played awful. But then the fact that it was first game live on TV, and I had a Mark Boyles, a really tough opponent. I played really well, and that gave me like a springboard. Yeah. Whereas this year, for this event, I've actually put a lot more effort in than I would normally.
Really?
Yeah. It does show. I mean, like I'm still missing easy balls, but I'm not missing as many as I normally do.
Okay, let's look back to 2018. Obviously, beating the final by a great friend in that one of the best matches ever in the history of pole in that final.
Yeah.
what can you take from that you can bring into tonight's final, if anything?
Well, I suppose I know what it's all about playing in the final. I think it was slightly different on 2018 because I came into it with no practice at all. I literally hadn't played for 3 months, and I drew Boyle, JJ, Dan Davey, Farnsworth, Rayborn, and then Ben in the final. So, I mean, doesn't matter how well I played, you need quite a lot of luck to get through those matches because they're all quite close as well. Whereas I think this year, I've played probably the better pool against my opponents, and I think I'd say I'm probably more deserving to be here than I was in 2018. And I've put a bit more effort in as well. So it's one more match, isn't it?
One more match, and I'm not sure how your mum's going to cope because she couldn't watch any of that last frame. She had to go up and go for a wander, so she's going to be a nightmare tonight. I don't think. Do you think she'll venture into the arena to watch any of it?
I would have thought so. No.
Well, Simon, absolutely fantastic performance. Well played, and good luck in the final tonight.
Cheers. Thanks,
well
Kev. Thank you.
Simon Ward is our first finalist tonight, and Mark Pickworth. It's the World Championships, cometh the hour, cometh Simon Ward.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? He really does, and I've just seen just as he's obviously swapped places and that, he's out there talking to who we played in the World Championship final in 2018, Ben Davis, and I mean, as I said earlier in the programme, that Simon has had a very quiet year, missed a couple of tours and that, got a few commitments at home, etc. And for him to produce this on this big stage, he loves the big stage. And once again, he's got another world final under his belt, and who knows, maybe one step further this time.
And just a word about Tom. I mean, I really felt for him there when he was going for that clearance in that deciding frame to take us to a last set. I thought it looked, for all the money, we were going to be in that last set again. And just that, when he put that penultimate red, just a glance off the other red just to make it so he couldn't make the pot. I mean, it must have been devastated.
Yeah, I bet he is. I really has. I mean, he's played some terrific matches, and credit to Simon for some of that, because obviously he's put Tom under a lot of pressure. So the roles have reversed in a way, because Tom's been putting other players under pressure, and all of a sudden he found that pressure and just flicked that red, and unfortunately didn't get the clearance. And but he'll look back on this, and he'll be learning a hell of a lot for the coming season, and who knows, he could be a world champion in a year or two. Who knows?
Yeah, he's certainly announced himself as an elite player now, I think, Tom, with some of those performances.
Yeah, I mean, we've always said he's definitely a top 16 player, but now he can go on to be that, and who knows, top 10, top 8, top 5, whichever one it is, the sky's the limit for him.
He's certainly heading in the right direction. And so we've got our second semi-final coming up shortly, and we'll be previewing that in a couple of minutes. First of all, we'll just take a look at the women's side of things, and we do now have our two finalists.
Yep, we do. We spoke about this earlier in the pre-programme. Obviously, Emma Reeves, she's won 2-0, and she won that in quick fire. I think it was about an hour. Absolutely flew it. And Amy, on the other side of the draw, did exactly the same to Danielle Under, beating her 4-0, 4-0. So 2-0 for each of them two players. That's going to be some fantastic final, that one is.
And Amy, of course, a former world champion a couple of years back.
Yeah. I mean, she won't be the first lady to win this IPA World Championship twice, but she'll be one of two, and that's still a nice thing to have on your CV as well.
Yeah, so that's coming up around 5 o'clock, the ladies' final. That should be an absolute cracker. So we've done some of the serious stuff, and now it's time for something a little bit more light-hearted. We've been promising you this one all week. It's the next episode in our series of Q-less, and it features the Welsh duo of Corey Rees and Craig Marsh.
Right, Marsh, I got some questions for you.
Fire away, friend.
Is there anyone you are nervous to play?
No, there used to be. Like, obviously, first started out, there was everybody in it, but no, them days are gone now. I think I don't really don't get nervous against many people now, really. A bit boring now, really, but no, it's not now. Right, what was your nickname at school?
Oh. Oh wow, this is so embarrassing. Believe it or not, remember on Simpsons? Remember Itchy and Scratchy show?
Yeah.
Itchy and Scratchy. Right, because I used to have to pull up my tongues on my trainers and all that type of thing.
Oh,
and I'm so fit, I'm fiddly now.
Yeah.
But that was Itchy and Scratchy. First boys all day and Itchy and Scratchy in the back of my top.
That's a cracker. Oh, that's brilliant.
Who would win in a fight between us?
Oh, me all day.
Absolute 100%. 100%. 100%.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Ronan's going to be all over this like a rash. Right. I thought, who's the better player out of me or you?
Oh. I have to answer me.
You have to answer you. You have to answer you.
I have to answer
me. God. Please don't pull that one out there. Ronan sees I'm having it. You're going to be straight on the Facebook with me.
Can you do an impression of me? just cough a lot and fiddle about a bit.
What was your greatest victory over me? Probably the last
The last pro final, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, the last one, but that was a month or so ago.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, that
tidy.
What's the funniest story you've got in pool?
Oh my God, way too many. Straight off the top of my head, we were in Bridlington once, me and Howie, Michael Howe, one of the boys from Cardiff. We've just come out of a nightclub, so we're messing about, and he challenged me to a race. He's about my dad as well. So we're running down the street now, and he pulled me in the back, pushed me, so I've gone flying down the street. Well, he's laughing his head off now at me. I'm laying off on the floor like a turtle, can't get up on my back. He's laughing at me, like pointing at me. He fell over the curb, fell over, backed his head. I gets up, starts laughing at him. I fell over the bin. Honestly, it was like a comedy show. It was ridiculous. It was about 4 a.m. Honestly, that's a clean one. I'll keep it clean. All the rest of them are no good for this. Who would you most like to whitewash and why? That's everybody for you, because I know what you like.
Yeah, everyone. I've always said
Gotta be one.
Even kids in, like, if we're playing flyers against kids, like,
yeah.
They say, oh, why don't you give them a couple of frames? No, because when they're good in 10 years' time, all they're going to think is the batterings they got to do.
That's it,
to make them go home and cry, like.
That's him all over that.
That is mean and that is true. What song do you sing in the shower?
Oh, anything. Yeah, all the stuff I usually do on a karaoke most of the time. Meatloaf and, Walking in Memphis and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, nothing. No Barbie girl, I'm afraid. If Hollywood made a famous movie of your life, who would play you?
James Corden was probably.
Oh, great shout that is. Good effort off the top of your head.
James Corden, I reckon.
That's class.
Someone who's overweight and thinks he's funny.
Yeah. That's class.
Well, hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. Hilarious there from Craig and Corey. And I'm delighted to be joined by Alan Yates of 8 Ball Direct, a man of many talents. I think that's about the best I can describe him, but certainly one of the things that he's brought this year is the launch of his new Smart Rack, and we'll be talking about that. Alan, yep. First of all, great to be here, and how are you enjoying the week so far?
Oh, yeah, fantastic, absolutely fantastic. It's a long week, certainly a long week. But yeah, it's been a great event, and the standard's been phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Really looking forward to the final now. So.
And a busy time for yourself personally, obviously launch of the new Smart Rack. Tell us where the idea came from, and I know it's been a couple of years
it's been a long old slog. Yeah, we started it in lockdown actually, because I left my triangle at the pub and I couldn't get in, so started having a play, and all of a sudden realised that we were onto something. I say I've got some really good friends on my doorstep. I've got a CAD designer. Some of the pro refs are close by, some of the pro players, and we started playing about, and we found a better way of doing things, so to speak. 2 years later, here it is. So yeah, it's been a long old slog, but a lot of design and a lot of testing, a lot of feedback, trial and testing, and yeah, we've got the product perfected, and yeah, so happy that the players have embraced it at the event. Really, really positive feedback. Really positive feedback.
Yeah, yeah, certainly has. And speaking with the players and stuff, they've all found it. It's like anything new.
Yeah,
it takes a little bit to, a few racks to get used to the technique to get it absolutely perfect. But once you do, it's as easy as it can possibly be to get the perfect rack.
That's it. And one of the things we did, say a few weeks before the event, is these went to all the refs. And they all tried them, and they were all 110% behind it, because they've got to be comfortable on the live TV. There's a lot of pressure out there, and I think the proof's in the pudding that we've seen how big the splits are, and it brings a level of consistency to the game. So, yeah, really, really pleased. Had great feedback, I say, from particularly a lot from the ladies actually. Especially because with their smaller hands, they find it so easy to remove.
So,
sure. Been really, really good, really good.
Excellent. And I introduced you to the man of many talents. Obviously, you started off on Sunday. You did the wrap on the arena table. Tell us about that.
Yeah. So we fully stripped it down. It was in bits and pieces. I think I took over about 30% of the arena at one point. Fully stripped it down, cleaned it, retinted all the pockets, fully recovered it, and say it's certainly different. When you walk around it actually changes colour. So when you're in the arena live, I did a little walk around video. It's fantastic. It's what they call a chameleon wrap. I'm very, very pleased with it, and again, it seems to be playing well. Good feedback from the players. So love a challenge.
Yeah,
Keeps me busy.
We'll certainly give you a few here at the IPA.
That's it.
I mean, it looks absolutely fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah.
Job well done there. So in terms of the smart racks, you've obviously launched them online. If
we
people want to get them, what do they need to do?
Well, we've got an online shop, so you can go to our web shop, 8balldirect.com. We have got an event offer on, so they retail for $34.99, but if you put the code in IPA23, there's a £5 discount code. We've actually sold out, I think today, but we've got a fresh batch coming in on Monday, because they're all handmade in the UK, so we've got the rack builders working this weekend, keeping them busy.
Great that the response has been so positive.
It has,
I think one of the things that's impressed the players as well is the portability.
Yeah. I mean, we've all been down sort of the local pub and club, and it's got an old warped or battered kind of it's an old plastic triangle. So being able to take that off your home table, or just keep it strapped to your case, because they all come with a strap anyway.
Yeah.
So even just the portability side of thing, that's been very, very well received.
Brilliant.
So, yeah.
Well, congratulations on
Thank
a
you very
great
much,
product,
Kevin,
Alan. And I know there's a lot more innovations coming.
Yeah, we like to innovate. So always looking for the next, the next cool product, the next cool idea, and keep an eye on things and watch your space. We've got some really, really cool stuff lined up for the brand.
Brilliant. Well, congrats again, Alan.
Thanks, Kevin.
Great to have you here this week. And well done and a great job. And all the best for the future.
Looking forward to this semi-final now.
Absolutely, yeah. I know which corner you'll be in on this one, being from the northeast.
From the northeast, yeah. I'll hand you over to Mark. All right.
Thanks a lot, Alan.
Thanks, Alan.
So he's been a busy boy, hasn't he, Alan, this week?
Well, when did he get here? Was it Saturday? I think you forced him.
Sunday,
to
I think.
I'm sure. I heard Saturday.
Was it? Maybe he came a bit earlier then.
It's a bit of obviously a trek down from the northeast down here, and I know he's been busy. He's been working some long hours. I think it was 5 a.m. one time. He was working all the way up till midnight, just trying to make sure that every little piece is all 100%, because he's that meticulous, isn't he?
Well, he's an absolute perfectionist, and you can tell when he wraps the table, the work that you can wrap a table a quick way, or you can do it the proper way. And there's only one way for Alan, and that's the proper way.
Yeah, I know Alan don't like to have many photos of the way that he does all his stuff and that, but he just completely takes over the arena, has all his tools all out, all in proper order and that. And you come over, and I think I've seen you come over and steal a screwdriver, and he knows it's missing.
Oh yeah, it's tagged. Yeah, alarms are going off.
But yeah, he's a wonderful guy, brilliant characters. Always, he's worked even hard, trying to just talk to people about obviously the new smart rack, some of the other merchandise he's got and that. And I think he's had a great week. He really has. I think he's enjoyed himself. He's tried to play a bit of pool as well. I'm not sure how that went. I think he won a few frames here and there. Not known for his pool. He's more known for what he does on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, it's second semi-final time. It's Clint Ianson against Craig Brown. Now, what have we got in store here then, Mark?
Well, Clint Ianson, the number 3 seed, against Craig Brown, the number 15 seed. But what we've got to remember, Craig Brown, he's got to a World Championship semi-final, and that was last year. To have 2 World Championship semi-finals in 2 years running is some phenomenal run. He just seems to switch on when the World Championships is on, and here he is. He's had a quiet season again. But look, I mean, he's beat the number 2 seed, Craig Brown has. He's had, you've got to say, an easier run than Clint, where Clint, he's struggled through, especially that match with Gareth Higgins and Daniel Wiley, 2 sets to 0 down in both of them, and have to rely on a little bit of luck in both of them just to get through. Yeah, he had a bit of an easier day yesterday with Richard Swaffield, Ben Davies, not 2 great players, but he's made them look easier. Only the score lines more than anything. But look at the frame win percentage there, 53%, and that is down to a lot of Gareth Higgins. Gareth Higgins beaten by 6 frames in that match, and look at that, 65% by Craig Brown overall in this World Championships. That's a pretty good percentage.
I think the stats are basically telling us this is, if you look at the rankings, it's lopsided, but actually if you're looking at the stats, it's very, very evenly matched.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, Clint, I think, is there more pressure on Clint Jansen? You know, when you saw the Mark Farnsworth go out, the Ross Fernie go out, the Gareth Hibbett go out, the Corey Reese go out, possibly, because he's actually thinking, I mean, this will be the first time he's got back into the final. I think it was 2014, the last time he got to this world final, so it's a lot of years ago. I know he doesn't look that old, but yeah, he's been playing a lot of years.
Yeah, and I think that stat there basically just shows that Clint during the tour season is just such a very, very consistent performer against Craig, who doesn't really turn up during the tour, doesn't deliver to his potential that he's delivering at the Worlds.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about the tour and Craig Brown and the Worlds and Craig Brown, whether because the Worlds is a little bit more longer races and it's a bit more structured and scheduled. It's not fast, and you have to squeeze quite a lot in at tour. But Clint Jansen, he's consistent throughout, and 6 IPA titles since 2016 suggests he's one of the most consistent players in the IPA.
Yeah, and he's won some of those in the past sort of 12 months, so he's not unaccustomed to silverware. What do you think are going to be the key elements in this semi-final? What has Craig Brown got to do to go one step further than his fantastic run last year?
Well, Craig Brown will feel a little bit unfortunate not to get through to the world final last year, especially alluding into that last frame decider where he never got a shot. So if he does go to another last frame decider, he's going to want a shot if he is going to have any chance of getting to the final. But Craig Brown has got the game to beat Clint Jansen. He's already proved it. He's beat the Ross Fernie already, so he's already beat the top players. And Craig Brown, if he breaks well, and he does break really well, if he can go on and make the big clearances at the right times, he can go on to beat Clint Jansen. But with Clint Jansen, the little bit about him, he seems to swap his break. If it's not working, he'll swap to the head-on break. He'll start, no doubt, he'll start with his cut break, but he'll then go to the head break, and that's when I think Clint's more dangerous, when he hits them head-on. So for me, Clint needs to go straight head-on and really take this match to Craig Brown. He's the favourite for this. He's probably the favourite for the title on pen and paper. No offence to Simon Ward, but he is. He's the man in form for this 2022 season, so he should be winning this world title. Is there extra pressure on Clint Jansen? Yes, there is. But I'm sure we're in for a wonderful game.
And either way, we're going to have a new name on this fantastic trophy tonight.
Yeah, obviously it continues where the players can't win it twice. Ben Davies went out in the quarterfinals last night, but yeah, a new name on the trophy. Who is it going to be? There's 3 players left. Simon Ward's already in the final. That's hopefully around 7 o'clock tonight. Is it going to be Clint Jansen or Craig Brown with the chance to pick up this world trophy?
Well, it's time to find out, Mark. Let's get over to the commentary box with Dan Davey. But first of all, Dan Fairway.
That certainly is the question.
Is it 2 Dans that are in there? Just took a guess.
Is it going to be Clint Jansen or Craig Brown who get through to the final? We are about to find out. Darren Mavement there in the middle, your referee for this match. And there is the favourite, undoubtedly, for this game, Clint Jansen. But let's not write off the man in the opposite corner, Craig Brown. Terrific player himself, but doesn't have the pedigree and the titles of the man on the left of your screen. Referee racking up the balls, ready for the start of semi-final number 2 here at the 2023 IPA Professional World Championships. And I know Kev Barton said that Dan Davey would be joining me in the commentary box, but actually it's Mark Pickworth that's just walked in. Hi Mark.
Yeah, I did try and tell him as we was doing the studio work there, but I think it's gone in one ear and out the other. But anyway,
classic.
We're out here. What a classic first semi-final we had. Simon Ward, you got to say, probably deserved it a little bit more than Tom. Took his chances and took them very well.
Craig Brown starting with a cut break. Now, that's not a break we've seen much of this week on the stream table. It's not a break that we've seen a huge amount of success from.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point there, Dan. You're definitely right, and there's definitely not been too much success from the cut break.
There was a moment yesterday when I incorrectly said that Mark Farnsworth had switched to a cut break, when in fact he cut break and dished the frame before. When I watched it, I had a little watch back last night, and so it has worked on this table. But his very next one was terrible, and it was kind of along these lines where he left his opponent a great chance, and what a chance this is for Clint Jansen to get his first frame on the board.
Yeah, it is obviously just the black, but you know, we can either try and nudge it out or maybe leave himself a double. He's got options.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be leaving that as a double. It's so close to the cushion that you need to get the cue ball in real perfect position, otherwise you risk a double kiss. So I think he'll either be trying to move it or maybe try and move the yellow.
Yeah, it's just about when does he do it, because I think now he's got to take this red into the left centre. So then he's obviously going to leave the plant, but how does he get back to getting an angle to get them out? For me, he's probably only going to have to leave a double.
Well, he could knock the red in the centre of the table down towards the pocket now and play the plant in the same shot.
Oh, he's miscued that.
Yeah.
I think he's miscued that. Has he got this red off that yellow now in the top right-hand corner?
He certainly hasn't played it well, that's for sure. You might be right, he might just about be able to get that through, play it off the yellow. But this wouldn't have been his plan. And if he does play that, I feel like the cue ball's going over to the right-hand side, so he might have to play what would be the remaining red up to the top left.
Yeah, and he's been fortunate to leave this if this does go.
And it does. That's a lovely shot. And he has got an angle now to stun into the yellow and move it.
Yeah, it's an angle that that's all it does, and it just goes into him.
I think if he could catch the yellow full, he'd be very happy and stop the cue ball dead. Little bit like that. That's okay. There is about an inch between black and cue ball there.
Maybe less. Maybe less. Yeah. He's not the biggest chap either.
Nope.
I wouldn't like this one. This
Jacking
is
up.
Horrible.
Very good.
That was really close to his work there.
He rode his luck in that finish, did Clint Jansen. But he rode it well, and he leads by 1-0.
Yeah, reverse clearance there. Yeah, so Craig Brown, dry break, frame number 2. I said in the studio, Dan, I think Clint Jansen, he looks better head on break. I don't like it when Clint Jansen cut breaks, but each to their own.
I've just rarely seen it work on this TV table this week.
Consistently, I think you're completely right.
Little mark on the cue ball there.
And yesterday, I know Mark Boyle is probably the best player in the world at the cut break with the amount of power he generates from it. I don't think we saw Mark Boyle break well yesterday anyway. He might agree with that, he might not. But my personal opinion, I didn't think he broke that well yesterday, and whether that's down to the actual cut break or he's just had a bad day. But another dry break. Cut break, head on break, they're both dry.
I mean, we started the previous match, Tom Barley and Simon. It was 7 breaks before we got a legal good break. Tom fouled on a couple, but they were still dry.
Okay,
And
so we get some 2 o'clock matches on now in the seniors. On table 6.
Simon was going dry as well. Neither of them found a perfect break at the start of the game.
Brett Carter. Jamie Burnett, Brett Carter, table 6. On table 8, Scott Yargi, Neil Wren. Scott Yargi, Neil Wren, table 8.
You can hear Bronnie Ward there, announcing the next few rounds of matches. We still have plenty of action going on. We've got the seniors, the masters, the mixed doubles and the doubles. All of those finals will be here tomorrow. And of course today we're focusing on the main events. The Professional World Championships and the Ladies World Championships. Both of those finals will be happening later on tonight. Starting with the ladies, which will begin about an hour after the conclusion of this game.
On table 3, Jones and Taylor, Thomas and
Craig Brown working his way around the table here. An immediate chance for a response after that Clint Jansen reverse dish. Not too many issues on the table. Just the yellow that's below the black is a little awkward to get on because of where the black is. Oh, is he on it now? This is a result. Didn't think he could get through that gap. But that opens things up very nicely. Next problem to solve is the yellow over the pocket. You can't leave that too thick. If you pot that thick, you'll end up cannoning into those reds that are surrounding it. Here we go, nice and thin. Probably a trace of check side just to keep away from those reds. You do not want to be catching any of those. He's going around the back of them.
Yeah, it's going to need a good positional shot, this. It's going to have to really dig into this to glance past. Oh, he didn't really have to dig into it, just won it off with side.
Worked it out well.
Looked really...
it looked tighter than that.
Yeah, it did. Played it nice. Making it look easy. That's what you need to do. Nothing easier than this black into the side either.
Perfect response there from Craig Brown.
Oh, he's just replied with a favour, hasn't he? With a reverse clearance off a dry break of Clint Jansen. 1 frame apiece. Right, so we've just had a quick shuffle around in the commentary box. I'm still here, and I'm delighted to be joined because we need to give Dan Fairway a rest because we've got a pretty long day today, bringing you a lot of live pool with both finals scheduled for tonight. So I'm really pleased to announce for the first time this week I've got a co-commentator, and it's Andy Richardson. Andy, thanks very much for joining me here in the comms. I know you've been busy playing, but I really appreciate you joining me.
No, it's a pleasure to be here. You're part of the fixtures and fittings this weekend. Is that your sleeping bag in the corner?
Well, it might as well be. I seem like I've been chucked in a corner in here, bringing all this live action to you. But I've been treated to some absolutely superb pool throughout, and no doubt this one is just going to be just as good.
Yeah, fantastic match in prospect, this one. One apiece, I see.
Yeah, we've had into the third frame now, Andy. We've had 3 dry breaks. This table's starting to play mean, and when you want to get through to a world final, I mean, Clinton Ianson, he knows how to get through to a world final, but Craig Brown missed out by 1 frame last year, and a frame that he never got a shot to get through to his first world final. He'll want to go one step further.
Played it well, but he's hampered, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's not the tallest chap, not as tall as Stephen Ellis. Stephen Ellis would be eating this one up for breakfast. He would, he really would.
Yeah, this is tricky.
Horrible, I think the word is. That's what I normally use. I mean, does he try and just drop this in and play the yellow off the black into the set? There's all kinds of possibilities. Is he trying to force it off 2 cushions? It was awkward cueing.
Yeah, I think he was forced to force it, wasn't he? He couldn't hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, really awkward, leaning over.
And under pressure with shot clock as well. That didn't help. Now, what does he do here? You feel like he's got to attempt something. There's no safety shot on.
He's got to take it, double it backwards.
Is that a quadruple? It's got the black out as well. But look where the yellows ended. It's a bit of insurance policy for Craig Brown.
Yeah, it's a great leaf for Craig. No hampered balls anymore. Red passes the black comfortably. Or so it appears on our screen. Always nice to see the yellow dead on the bottom rail. As you say, a bit of insurance. But I do feel that these are all open. And under normal circumstances, you'd think they'd be all over this frame. But these aren't normal circumstances.
No, they aren't. You're completely right. And we've seen it catch a few players out this week. The way that Craig plays, he always looks a little bit edgy. But it works for him. He knows how to control that edginess. And he executes it, the shots very, very well. Very underrated player from the northeast. We know how good he is, and it's just about, he's got to try and sometimes, you've got to prove it on TV, haven't you, and win them titles. But an exceptional player.
So he's elected to get down to the red near the black, just in case there is any difficulty passing it. Makes his work easier. Would like to have come a little bit further, I feel there. Yeah. Still don't see a problem.
No, you just feel like, it should be quite simple from here. Don't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Just got to possibly draw this one back and play this one of 2 ways. It's up to him. For me, he'll take the 2 down the side cushion. Just drop this one in and head up table towards the black. Nothing too serious to do, really. Just dropping them in.
Just what you want early doors in a match. And this is to take a 2-1 lead. He struck that with intent. So, easy black for 2-1.
Yeah, picked up the pace there in that clearance. Got to say, he really knew it was over. It's going to be Clint Ianson to break nets. I mean, what do these players do? We've had 3 dry breaks in a row. 2 from Craig and 1 from Clint. Swapping the cue over there. Look, you know when he's doing the cut break because he'll keep hold of that cue.
Right.
And when he swaps to his cue, he's hitting these head on.
Well, that was the question I was going to ask. Having not seen the start of the match, I wondered whether they'd tried the cut break or they were hitting them head on.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've commentated on Clint before with me, and I said, but then he'll decide whether to swap or whatever. So we might see that throughout this match, especially if this head-on break doesn't start to work for Clint. But he does look a better player when they hit it head-on. He really does. Good split. Oh, how's that yellow not dropped? Oh, just look at this again, Andy. How's that yellow not dropped in the centre?
So close, both centres.
Yeah. Even that red was just tricking down there, the last wall. The 4th dry break in a row.
So traffic for both colours. Not an easy layout this. But I'd be pleased to get to the table.
Yeah, I think when you get down to these semi-finals, you just want chances, don't you? And if you get chances, then that's all you can ask for. It's got a bit of work to do here, Andy, like you've already said. I think if you can get this one out, it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong. I could have always gone like that when he was hitting it that direction.
Yeah, he's tied the yellow up.
Tried to play the controlled cannon. Very tricky. Had to get all the pace right.
So he's trying to take the pocket. It's dropped. I don't feel he went for that, do you?
Yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world for him being potted. He's still in control of this frame, or still can play a shot to get in control. But yeah, I'm with you. I think obviously if he'd got control of this bottom right pocket, he's probably got a bit of insurance on the black. Looks like we're going to see a few possibly exchanges of containing shots. I mean, you've got to say Craig's probably, well, there's probably not even a slight favourite actually, just looking at it.
Yeah, it's difficult for him with the yellow up top.
Yeah.
Needs something to break it out. Oh, they're very difficult, well, impossible to land on, to be fair.
I mean, the same problems with the reds, isn't it? You know, there's not many reds in the bottom half of the table to get this red out here, but it does pot in the bottom left, and there's this one over the centre now, so he might be able to develop it out. So Craig needs to be careful here, not to give Clint a chance at this. Wow, I'm surprised Clint left that, because that was a chance.
It was, and
I didn't think it went.
Neither did I, but he just missed catching that red. So close.
I mean, if Clint did know that went, he's obviously said to, go on then Craig, let's have a look at you. I mean, that's risky. Very risky if he did. He's cued that probably as well as he could. Especially with the awkward cueing.
Where does he go now?
Yeah, he can pot this easy yellow, but then he's got yellows that, you know, they're going to be very difficult. Not got many pockets. Feel he's going to be snookered. Yeah, just pushing out the boat a bit. So as if you are going to push out the boat, try and push it out in the first set. Good shot.
Played it well.
He's played that as good as he could. You know, apart from it resting right in between both balls, but it's not bad.
So he's looking at taking the yellow possibly off the black. Yeah, did spot that. Obviously balls flying everywhere, but he's in a spot of bother here. 2 balls remaining, 1 tied up. He needs to be creative.
Yeah, and against the 7 reds of Clint Ianson, you're right, Andy. This has got to go, and this black's got to get this yellow out. Oh, look where the black's gone, right in front of the yellow. Things have gone from bad to worse.
So he's looking at coming off the rail. Going to try and kick the back of the yellow. Is he trying to hit off the black? Hasn't got much choice, has he?
Well, he ain't got much time, I know that. He's trying to play a little containing shot there. It's okay, it's not bad. I think he's left in the plant, has he? Can he get through? Can he get past that red just below the middle part of the baulk line? Yeah, looks like he can. He's down to this shot. You feel like Clint now, he's going to pull the trigger now and level this opening set at 2 frames each. Yeah, a few safety exchanges there. Oh, just a containing shot.
Yeah, I thought he might have gone there.
Proved me wrong.
But it's a great shot.
Any problem
Keeping
is
it tight.
it's only a 1 cushion kick out, isn't it? And you just never know. Never know.
I did think he'd go there, I must be honest.
Yeah, I did. Well, it's turned out to be the right decision. He's come back to the table here. He hasn't got the 1 free shot, 1 visit that he probably wanted. But, you know, he couldn't have really expected that. It was only a 1 cushion escape.
So he's taking the red into the middle.
He needs to be careful of this one.
Well, a little bit short there.
Yeah, that cue ball's got away from him, and just a few signs here, just showing that he's not settled down yet. Try and get behind the black again. It's come out though. Has he left this yellow? I think he has. Can he, I mean, if he can't see it all, can he swing it in with a bit of side? I mean, if he does play it with side, he's obviously going to bring that red into play on this side cushion. He can definitely hit it. Yeah. I think he was hoping to hit that red thin and then have the side react off the cushion, then it might have just come out a little bit to give him a shot at a black. But now, full ball snooker. That's the big target off the top cushion. 2 cushion escape, innit?
Be moving, will this black if he hits it?
Surely there's no more containing shots now.
I thought he may have hit it a little bit harder, get it moving. So, still that ball on the bottom rail.
Landed a bit straight, but shouldn't be a problem. Just going to have a bit of, obviously, queuing off the cushion, I think. Don't think he can punch this out. Might be able to. Might be able to pinch a little bit.
I think he just runs it through, does he? Yeah,
Yeah.
just run it through.
Had a bit of an angle, didn't he? You got to say that was a bit scrappy, that little frame, and not many misses, more positional play. Things weren't going for either player there, and but it's 2-2. These try breaks aren't helping the momentum with either of these two players so far.
No, he was slightly reserved there, wasn't he, early on in the frame? Felt he could have gone when he played the first snooker. Good snooker it was. I'm not saying it wasn't. But he didn't fancy the ball along the rail, did he? And that was the story of that frame, really. Eventually took it along the bottom cushion, dropped the red in for the black. But yeah, dry breaks. It's not flowing yet, is it?
No, it isn't.
So do you change the break?
I don't think Craig will. I think he'll stick with the cut break. I really do. Yeah, he is. Gearing out there suggests cut break only. I mean, he does execute this pretty well. So, but yeah, I'm with you, Andy. When do you start to change it? When are things? I mean, that didn't really go. Didn't cue through that, did he?
Not really, no.
Just a very loose cue ball.
One of the benefits normally with the side break, you would say, is that you've got less chance of scratching. But he managed to find a pocket.
Good chance for Clint now to go ahead, putting one frame away from the opening set, and he'll be breaking off with a chance to win the opening set if he does clear these up.
So, free shot. He's taking the red long. And he's staying with reds, by the look of it. It's reds to both middle. Red into the corner. Or does he go reds to both middle? Yeah, there you go. Leaves the one on the rail till last.
There's enough potting angle for that black into the right centre. I mean, the screen that we're looking at now looks okay, but I'm looking at the overhead and it tells me a different story. But yeah, I think Clint, he's obviously playing this in the middle. Wow. I don't think he's got into that, has he?
No, he wanted to be further out than that.
What's he done there? Has he stunned it a bit more? Just not put enough top on it?
Well, he needs to screw back out clear here, doesn't he? Just need to strike it well. Yeah, perfect.
No, great shot.
Perfect. So black into the middle for a 3-2 lead. When it's there.
3-2. Clint Jansen, he'll be breaking in the next. None of these players really showing the form that they showed yesterday yet. Still early days though, Andy. I mean, as a player yourself, Andy, is it best to start slow and work your way into a long stage match, or?
I don't know. It's nice to be straight out of the gate, innit, if I'm honest.
Yeah, no, I'm with you a little bit. You do like to start well. It can be a bit of a momentum game, can't it?
Well, as we've seen, the set format, they are long matches. Plenty of chance to get into it. But you are always under pressure with the set format. So, once again, we're going to attempt to break from centre.
That red mist in the middle this time. I think Clint is showing a few signs of frustration. I mean, look at this red. It just gets... I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, he's hit them well, hasn't he?
He has hit them well.
That's probably the best one he's hit so far in this match, and no reward. Dry again.
The cue ball tracked back towards the corner. But look at this for a layout. Just what Craig was hoping for. 3 of the yellows stuck to the, are all in each other's way on the side cushion. All the reds available, and he's gone straight away low for the only ball at the bottom of the table. Taking his time, as you would expect. So once again, you wouldn't see any problems here, would you? Under normal circumstances.
No, you wouldn't. I mean, out of the two players at the moment, what we've seen is Craig Brown. He's gone out for his shots a little bit more than what Clint has.
So he's taking the ball over the rail first. A couple of options he had there.
Yeah, so I think this is obviously the red below the baulk line. He's probably looking at taking that top. I mean, he can play top left, top right, whichever one. If we cook that a little bit.
Yeah, I think he was looking for middle bag there, wasn't he?
To keep it simple.
Just overcooked it a bit, but passes to the corner, or so it appears to us on our camera.
So cue ball is going to be coming around the black. Navigated it pretty well. Not a bad effort, that one, Andy.
No, I thought he might have took it straight, but he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, played that well. But how important are these last two balls to him? Try and level it up again here in set one. It's pretty mid-range black now. To level this match up again.
There we have it. 3 apiece. So, going to the decider for the first set.
There we are, and Craig, he was in off last time. He's going to be breaking in this decider. in off last time, and he's had 2 other dry breaks. I mean, the break situation both players has been pretty pretty bad, to be honest. And it's just probably no fault of the players really. Maybe the in off on the last one for Greg, but table's playing mean.
Yeah, Clint's been breaking from head on. We've got one player hitting them head on, one player breaking from the side. I suppose it's difficult to consider changing if you see your opponent trying the other option and having no joy.
And you feel this is a big frame for both of these players, you know, because they haven't really settled, and that's just down to a bit of momentum, etc. But staying with the cut break. He needs to control this white. He needs to definitely cue it better than he did last time.
Yeah, I mean, normally you should be into the side rail, and there's usually traffic to stop it like that. Didn't really hit them, did he?
They didn't really split, definitely not. Seemed to have a bit of a short cue on back, and maybe that he just lost a bit of power in it.
Yeah, they didn't appear to move at all, did they, those?
No, it's the same result, a dry break. I feel like there's a little bit of work to do here. I think the black passes the yellow, so that red. Does this red? I think this red passes the yellow. He wouldn't have played on it otherwise, or is he just playing a containing shot? I mean, he's playing position, so he'll take a bit to get the cue ball out. Done that pretty well. Let himself the red into the top bag. But has he got the right angle to get the cue ball out to leave himself on his next red? I think he's just off straight. I think he's okay.
On the overhead, it would appear that the red does pass the middle that's next to the black.
Yeah, and the red that he's going for now, the red right of that one, I think it goes bottom right. Don't think he could hold for it with that shot. Does it go bottom left? It helped things if it did. I mean, Clint is...
Seeing something on the red, or under the red.
Just on the table, I think. Referee there, Darren Maidman. Just cleaning things up. Oh, cue ball. Oh, that cue ball's got away from him. It's not settled, has he? Now, problem is with these situations, when you go out of position, it's so hard to get back in position. Played a nice little stun shot to the side cushion. So it's all about this red. Does it go to the bottom left-hand corner? I think it does.
Yeah, on the overhead you would say it does.
But, yeah. He probably ain't got all the pocket, but I think it goes. It's natural as well, if you can get right behind it. Just hold for the black. Big shot. Probably the biggest shot in this match so far. I don't think he's tried to play it there. I think he wanted this to come over another foot, maybe.
It must be tight.
He's screwing into the yellow. He's screwing into the yellow, but he's missed the red. He weren't on the black, so, you know, he's had a bit of a touch, if you want to call it that. But I know one thing for sure. He's probably not going to see this red at all. Craig needs to leave this very difficult. I mean, if he leaves it there, he'll stop the up and down, especially if he just taps that yellow off. but you feel like he could possibly use the jaws to come across and knock the red in. Not easy. Craig just using his extension. He knows he's got to make sure he don't give Clint any easy shot. Out. See, I think the up and down might be on.
It does look that way, doesn't it?
It does look that way. I'm surprised there that he's not just tapped that to stop this up and down. So one cushion of skate up and down. I know it's a littleish target, but
it's good pace. It's just wide.
Yeah, it's
just
wide. Yeah, so it has paid off for Craig, and now Craig, glorious chance to take this opening set. There'll be pressure on this though, let me assure you.
Obviously, free shot removes the red. So, a couple of tricky balls. At some point needs to be back up table for the yellow in the middle of the cushion. And the ball close to the side rail needs some attention.
As you said, he's got a drift up table. Take that one out at some point. You feel one of these two balls that's on the rails, you need them taken out in the next shot or two. Don't want to be leaving it too long.
And he's now tied up both balls.
Yeah. You feel like now he's still got to try and go for these, because is there an easy containing shot? I don't think so. And he's now under shot clock pressure as well. He's used his extension. He hasn't got any choice. He's got to go for these. And now I don't think he's even got an angle here. I think there's a twist in this one.
I mean, that is the other option he's looking at. Get high and snooker him.
Yeah, but you feel if Clint gets out of it, all of a sudden he's back to being the favourite again. But I don't think Craig's got any chance, any other shot or any other choice. Got to be careful with this, because if he ever hits this by touch, he's going to leave a gap. You know, if it springs off that yellow, got to be dropped in nicely. Yeah, very nice. But if Clint hits this, he's still favourite. Unless Craig comes out with some worldies. You feel this is a big target, even if you miss it on the way down, there's a chance of getting it on the way back up. He's wide.
Wide, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was wide.
Well, it definitely looked wide to us in
well,
here.
Well, when I think we've both done the same there, Andrew. We've both looked at it, the cushion, we think straight away it's gone wide, and we're not even looking at going near the black. And it just flicked it, well.
Well, I'd be delighted with that.
Yeah, but what does Craig do now? I mean, he's got to try and top this through and try and get another snooker. Nah, it was tough, very tough. And I think he's handed over this first set now to Clint. Can he get enough of this potting angle? Is there a potting angle to be had? Can he swing it in with side? No.
Middle.
Yeah, this is the only. You can't get it in the corner.
So it's a thing cut back into the middle.
Oh,
where's the cue ball?
The cue ball?
Oh.
Where is the cue ball? That is going to cost him.
So plenty of drama already in this match.
Yeah, feel... Surely there can't be another twist, can they?
Just sets the ball up. Yeah, I like that shot. Elected to go up, get good position on the more difficult of the three.
Oh, what? Wow. They are both feeling it out there, Andy Richardson, aren't they?
Yeah.
Both feeling it.
Pressure.
Well, first set there. Let's have a look at both of them. I mean, one from each really, and you'd expect him to get in there. Both of them. Good chances, aren't they? Both had chances to win the first set.
And that can take its toll, can't it?
Yeah.
It really can mentally.
That in-off was unforgivable. And then this... how has he missed that? Pure, all it is pure pressure.
Pressure. Yeah, you can't believe it. But you've got to park it now, haven't you? Think it's a new set. Get your head down. Very difficult. Very difficult.
So that first set had pretty much everything apart from a successful break. I think that's the only thing it didn't have. Cue balls, okay, and we've seen two balls off the break. Is that extra aggression, or after he probably felt lucky to win the first set? Just when the cue ball was going in that top corner, or even getting bashed in there. He's got a ball.
So, the first productive break. And he must have thought there that he'd lost that set, mustn't he?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Must have gone through his mind. 100%. And he's got the advantage in this set, breaking first. And if you can clear these up, you can put Craig under a bit of pressure, especially after that previous miss with the yellow ball. Clint was very fortunate to get another opportunity at taking the first set, you've got to say. That could hurt Craig. So we're probably just going to wait to see if Craig can get that out of his mind. But this I think he's okay here. He's got the one bottom left, and he's going to have to do a little bit of work with the cue ball, but should be okay.
So he's fine there.
Yeah, I suppose the red below the black, it's just whether that passes into the bottom right. I mean, he's got a nice angle on this one in the middle, I think, to draw it back to play it in the bottom left if he needs to. But even that red passes in the right pocket, so he's got loads of options.
So he can take this ready into the corner. You could elect to play 2 rails if he fancies, 2 cushions, or he can just top it through. It's as he sees it. And he just checked it up there slightly. And that's a nice nudge if it, yep, that's what he wanted.
Well, if it didn't go, it does now.
Yeah, great little nudge.
These are little nudges that you want sometimes, don't they? And he looks not strutting around the old table. It's just very Clint IS. This is what how he is.
It's a dream start to the second set. To all intents and purposes, you look like you were 1 down. You're a set up, and you've made the first ball on the break in the match.
Yeah, it
could run out.
Yeah, it couldn't have worked any better there for Clint. He'll be feeling good, sat there. Got a bit of support there in his corner there. They're going to hope that he's going to be in the final tonight. I know Craigie's got some support in his corner. Nikiela, Daniel, Rando, they're all sat just on the right-hand side of him. When I say the right-hand side of him, the right-hand side of what I'm looking at the screen, not the right-hand side of Craig Brown.
So Craig, time to dig deep. Put the first set out of your mind.
I hope Craig's break starts working, because we could be in for a terrific match here. We really could. He'll stick with his cut break. Probably the last couple he's not really connected very well. Just needs to let his Q arm go. Better connection.
Yeah, he struck those better, but if you look there, the middle of the pack didn't seem to move, did it, when he struck them?
No, it seems like he's...
If you just watch the middle of the pack there, the 2 yellows, there's not a lot of movement there, is there?
No, and not too much threat in the pocket there either. But there is a little, like, clusters of balls in circles and that, so there is balls that are blocking each other here. But look at these yellows. Opens this up. All of a sudden, one shot open up in the top, and it's going to be 2-0. And Clint will be breaking in the next.
Yeah, 2-0 in quick time. It's just about the shot after next. Slightly hampered.
Gone into him.
Oh dear.
And when you go into him, there's always that chance of something going wrong. And it has gone wrong. I don't think he can clip this in the top right, and I think that shake of the edge suggests he can't. He's going to have to come off the cushion to try and pot it, I think. But you feel if you don't pot it, he's going to be in control of this frame, don't you? Especially if he hits this yellow at the top.
Yeah, you can play rail, you can play side, bottom, and then ball if you want to. Yeah, I'd play it that way. You've got a good chance of leaving the cue ball safe.
It was just set out nicely for him.
Yeah, didn't attempt the pot there. Was more concerned with a good cue ball.
Yeah, and I think that's why he played it into the rail, so he was guaranteed to be directed behind. But you feel like Craig's got a similar shot here, where he's just got to get out of the reds, and he's going to have a few blockers in the way. First things first, Craig, just make sure you hit them. Just took his extension just to give himself that little bit more time. It's an important shot really, because if he's 2-0 down with Clint to break next after what he's just done in the first frame, you've got to say Craig Brown's not looking favourite to be levelling this match up anytime soon. Always a good chance that was going to happen. Make contact. Has to play it with side though, so it weren't an easy one cushion escape. Has to play it with side. Clint just trying to put Craig back in the same trouble. Is there a gap? Don't think there is. Soon find out if there's a gap. Total snooker it is. And this probably a little bit tougher, is it? You know, to hide the cue ball, I think. You know, I think it's easy enough to get out. But he's going to want to play it in a way where he's not leaving Clint, because these yellows. Clever shot there from Craig Brown. I like that one.
2 good escapes on the bounce.
Yeah, working it out well, to be honest. And he's under pressure. And when you're under pressure sometimes, Andy, you know, your mind's all over and sometimes you're not thinking clearly. But Craig is overcoming that and he's just, you know, making some good shots.
Screw into cushion here. So, those 2 good safeties, those 2 good escapes, have given him a chance.
Yeah, and those planned escapes, weren't they? He always knew where that cue ball was landing.
And he'll feel so much better if he can take these out. He really will.
One good pot. One good pot. That's a great pot there, especially when he's under pressure.
Yeah, looking to get down table as soon as possible. So it's middle. Could do with a little more. Ideally, would have liked to have come back up a little bit further. But that's fine.
He's just not them yellows into a safer position. I think he's left a plant on them, but he don't want to be worried about the yellows. He just go about his business now. Oh.
Just for a second, we thought he'd missed that.
Well, he's already had a wobble that stayed out with that yellow in the deciding frame in the first set, and that one wobbled, wiped its feet. This one's a little bit tricky, especially when he's been rattled a little bit. Nice shot, nice shot. Love that to be a little bit more because the cue ball is going to have to do a bit of travelling. Does he stun this? I don't like stunning it to the right of the black ball. There's you bringing that top corner into play. Oh, yeah. Got into that a little bit more than he wanted. Oh, you want him easier than this, don't you? When you're set down and 1-0 down and Clint Ianson to break next. But if he gets this, it'll make him feel he's playing a double, I think. Oh, is he not? Oh, I thought he was playing a double then. Thinking, wow. Good shot, though, from Craig Brown. Yeah, he's definitely been rattled after that first frame and not really settled. But he'll feel a bit better now after that clearance.
He looks better, doesn't he? Yeah, 2 good escapes, 2 good cue balls. He got his chance. Ran a little bit out of shape there, didn't he? A little bit out of position. He didn't want that angle. But he took them out well. And what looked like a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Clint's missed an opportunity there to go 2 up.
Yeah. That really would have put the pressure on, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. It certainly would have. I mean, this break worked last time for Clint. The first break and clearance of this match.
So let's see where the cue ball's going. It's been tracking towards that corner. That's better. Oh, look at these.
The break is starting to work.
Extension, please.
So he's taking his time. So we have the red between the, the yellow between the 2 reds near the black, which does pass into this corner, bottom of screen. Yellow passes to the corner. Just nudge that red there. So it's all going to be about getting on the yellow between the 2 reds near the black, I feel.
And we're coming up to a key positional shot now. Natural angle though. It's all about the pace. Just interesting to look at Craig Brown as we just saw Clint going around that side of the table. He's just looking down at the floor, just trying to get himself focused.
And he would have liked to have been straight there.
Yes.
So he's going to be just touching the red as he screws back out here. Watch the cue ball. Ooh.
Wow.
Just composing himself. More difficult than he wanted it to be, obviously.
Cue ball, cue ball.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, Craig Brown is smiling now.
Clint Ianson will be 3-0 up in this set.
That's
He's
right.
had chances. And I know we've said that Craig Brown's probably feeling out there. You know, Clint Ianson on the other side of the coin, you know, he's 1 set up, it was 1-0 up, and things were going nicely for him. He's feeling it as well. A lot of pressure out there today.
Yeah, very edgy match. That's got to give Craig confidence.
And that all stems from not getting the right position on that ball. Yeah, it was all about the pace of how he dropped on that yellow that was covered by. And wow, Craig Brown 2-1 ahead, and he's going to be breaking in the next. Well, you feel that Craig, if he's going to have any chance of winning this match, he's got to get this break working. Oh, yeah, we've got a bit of change. You called it, Andy.
So
it's all about when.
He's seen his opponent break twice and make balls, and all of a sudden, everything's going.
Cue ball. It's okay. It's okay. We could have a good match on now.
Yeah, he threw himself at those, isn't he?
now Craig's got his break working. It could ignite both players because they both need to step up the level here.
So, looking at yellows, I feel. I'll need to take the ball over the pocket first. So he's just looking at coming rail first. Ball. He just wants to drop onto that bottom rail. So just before. And didn't really want it to bounce off, but I think he's okay.
Yeah, that's where he needs to be.
Does he screw it back and just nudge the yellow away? Yeah, that's what he's elected to do.
Yeah, he needs to take this in the left centre next. That's his route. And then he'll play the one bottom right, trot up table. And he should be then 3-1 ahead, one frame away.
Well.
Wow.
He must have taken his eye off that. Must have done.
I didn't expect him to be missing that one.
What a chance that was. He'd have been right back in the match, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and that is just a Brucey bonus for Clint Ianson. Yeah, clever shot.
Punches out one of his difficult balls.
Does this red that's right of that yellow over that left centre, does it pass? I mean, it goes in either the corners, so I don't think he's going to be even trying to move it. He'll just be confident enough to pot it. But wow, what an unexpected chance this is for Clint Ianson.
There's been plenty of to-in and fro-in, hasn't there?
Yeah, twists and turns. It's been happening. Maybe that's just going to be what this match is about.
So he's not perfect here.
So these two played each other last year. Played each other in November in the Isle of Man in the Open. And Craig Brown won that day 7 frames to 1. And then they've played each other 3 times in 2018. And they've played each other 4 times in total, 3 in 2018. And Clint had won 2 of them 3 matches back in 2018. But maybe that's why, you know, Clint's got a bit of respect for him. They played each other last year, beating him 7-1. How does he get down here?
Is he looking at running it into the corner? This is a shot, so topping it through. So he's going 3 or 4 rails. 1, 2, 3, 4 rails, and just wants to hold up.
What a shot this is! What a shot! That is unbelievable shot. Brilliant. What a clearance that is. That is one of the best shots of the week. Brilliant. Brilliant shot. Got to take your hat off him there. He was we'll have a look at that one again.
Yeah, you can't hit a ball better than that, can you?
4 cushions, you called it, Andy. And that, when it come off there, if you're placing it, where would you put it? Probably there.
Yeah. So easy to drift onto the bottom cushion. Fantastic shot. And just at the right time. So, what looked like a 3-1 deficit for Clint. is now parity at 2-all.
Okay, so in the Masters, please, on table 11, Richard Straw, Roger Clark. Richard Straw, Roger Clark, table 11, please.
Craig must be going through the mill here. He really must. The disappointment of the first set, that it looked like he'd got an opportunity to take a 3-1 lead.
Topsy-turvy match that we've got on here. Oh, he's going to be dry, is he? No, he's not. Just got that little flick.
He took a little bit of pace off there, noticeably. More controlled. Brought the cue ball back middle of table. Earlier in the match, he was tracking towards the corner. So he's timing the break better. But he did take pace off.
He's had a lot different for him in this set. He's had 3 successful breaks where he's potted. And one of them's been a breaking clearance. He probably should have 2 breaking clearances, but going in off on the black stopped him from doing that.
Reds it is. Looks tricky, does this? Needs to get down to the 3 balls at the bottom of the table off this next shot.
Nicely done. Nice bit of pace.
Is he hampered?
He is hampered. I don't think he's got all this middle pocket either. He hasn't got the full pocket to aim this red into, so he's going to have to play through pace, and it's going to have to come off the top jaw. This is very missable, especially if he's got to play it with pace. Well, he's got the pot. How has he landed here? I've got a feeling this red that he's directly behind. I think this passes into the top right. So does he have to just stun this back to leave himself there? But then he's going away from his ball, possibly. Can he top this through, get an angle? He's trying with side. Oh, it's another great positional shot. Brilliant shot from Clint.
What a shot that was. Top left-hand side. And they often slide on these cushions, don't they, Mark? But that didn't slide.
No, that reacted very nicely. And now he's left a very simple finish. Just hold himself together. This slightly missable pot along the cushion. You'd expect him to get this 10 out of 10 and drift down for an easy black into the right centre to take the lead.
Yeah, doesn't need to do a lot with the cue ball, does he? It's natural path. Well, played it 2 rails, guaranteed position, just doesn't want to come to this rail.
No, he played it with a bit of positivity, which is always a good way of playing them. And who expected this one? I mean, we should have been 3-0 up anyway in this. But he had a chance of being 3-1 down. Just proves everybody out there watching these two, that it proves they're human beings, doesn't it? You know, sometimes they can make this game look really easy.
It's the pressure. So Clint has taken the lead in the second set. Craig just left the arena, trying to compose himself, I'm sure. And you feel he has to try and get back into this set, doesn't he? The way he lost the first one. If he was to go 2 down, very difficult task at the best of times, but when you've gone through the mill and had your chances, you really are under it.
Yeah, you are.
Still plenty of action on the outside tables. It's a packed house.
You're feeling And for the ladies' final and the men's final, there's going to be a few people come and watch that to see which players are going to become world champions. Remember, there is 2 world champions. That's going to be crowned tonight. Who is it going to be? Planning for 5 o'clock to start the ladies' final. And hopefully around 7 o'clock the men's final will begin. Remember, the men's final is going to be the best of 4 sets. The best of 7 in each of those sets. So the best of 7 sets, best of 4 sets, best of 7 sets. So first to 4. So yeah.
Craig back from his comfort break. Glove on. Break cue in hand. So he's back to breaking from the centre. Both players now making this break work.
Yeah, this is what's worked. I mean, me and Dan Fairway was on about this just before you come in, Andy. This is the break that's been working on this table. We don't feel that the cook break's been consistently working. And once again, just proving our point.
Struck them well.
Got a lot of power into that as well.
Yeah, I think that was his best break so far. Certainly from the head spot.
First glance, a little bit tricky. So see if he does take these yellows, if he wants to take the red onto the yellow, that's fine. The yellow on the other side, in the middle pocket, that's going to need a bit of developing.
It is, but he's a couple of yellows near it, hasn't he? That he's got options.
Yeah, he's played that well. That's exactly how he wanted to play it. He weren't bothered if the red was tied up on the cushion or anything like that. He just wanted it away from the middle pocket.
Yeah, leaves those 2 balls a plant in the middle. But more importantly, he's got the right angle now to take the yellow into corner. And he can head for the ball that's tied up with the red. There we go. Perfect.
Couldn't have played it any better. Oh, we're going to go to another last frame decider in the set. You feel like this is a must-win set for Craig Brown. You know, he needs something going for him. But he won't be breaking off in the decider. Clint Jansen will be. Have to do a lot with the cue ball here.
Just how you want them to stay in the set. Looking at 3-3. But it'll be Clint to break.
Yeah, the set is out of his hands. But at least he's giving himself a shot. All he can do, once he's putted these remaining 2 balls, is sit in his chair and hope he gets a chance. Clint's break, though, started to work. 3-3 again. Nothing in it in frames.
To and fro.
That's all you can do as a player. Just give yourself a chance. And with that breaking clearance there from Craig, first run of the match for him. Swap of the cue tells me he's not changing the break anytime soon.
Clint knows the importance of this break. So, be praying for a ball from the break. Off we go.
prayer has come true. That yellow in that middle pocket and the red. Nearly got another red in this top right. First glance, Andy.
Well, yellows, but then you look at the yellow and red. Top corner, potential skill shot. You could take reds. You've got a red that would move the black. I mean, you've got arguments for either.
Yeah, and I think going for this, obviously the red in the top corner, that blocks 2 yellows off, and that might be the decisive decision he's thought about it.
Yeah.
I mean, is he just containing shot here? It is a containing shot.
Yeah.
But he's missed the cannon on the yellow.
So do you play the skill shot? Do you look at it?
I'll tell you what a chance for Craig Brown if he can. I mean, the pot into this left middle is very acute. I mean, it'd be.
I think
nice
I'd be going
with
long. Would you? Make
yeah,
sure you've got to get this ball.
You get in. Yeah, give himself
There's
a
no
shot.
time for being a hero.
I think Craig's going for these. Now he's using extension. But one good skill shot on the top right corner, Andy, and all of a sudden this could open up. These are the big moments that you've got to produce, the big shots. Favourite. Brave, if you are brave, you can get favoured by it.
So he wants to be straight on this if he can. Well, it looks pretty good.
It's not bad. He needs to execute this. Anybody new to the black ball rules watching? These are very different to your normal pub set of rules. You can't play this yellow onto that red, but you need to put your ball at the same time or in a different pocket, it doesn't matter which. So that's a legal shot. What a great shot, executed it very, very well, and that could be the frame. You have a chance now to win this frame and the set.
So yellow next to the black. He's looking at it now, so take this ball into the corner. Leaves him the yellow that's near the black. There we are. And this is the big shot in this frame. Well, another big shot. The skill shot was a big turning point.
This will be a very big clearance if Craig Brown gets these. But it's one that he knew he had to take. But still 3 yellows away in the black. There's one of them gone.
Needs to slow down.
He's okay. That hit in that jaw probably just took a little bit of pace out the cue ball. But he'll be feeling it here. There's pressure on this.
Just needs to compose himself. He ideally would like to leave the ball at the top of screen as his last ball to get onto the black, but he may feel. Yeah, he's taking it now.
Wobbled in. But he's got a nice angle now on this bottom left-hand corner. He's had a few wobblers, hasn't he? He really has.
Considering the circumstances, this is far from easy.
It's a must pot, and it's a must get the cue ball to the other side of the table. That clock.
It's a natural angle, I feel.
Oh, that was very, very nervy. So much pressure on that. Oh, he's just quit on it. It's a bit one of them de-acceleration shots, in it. We just take the power out of it.
So he's coming back up table for the ball just above the middle.
Ball's been punched.
To slow up.
Should be okay. Yeah, it's that grimace on his face. It's a little bit tricky, I think. This red. I don't think the pot's a problem. It's just trying to get the cue ball in a good position. I feel like he's going to have to leave himself a thin clip on the red, and the white will be travelling.
Yeah, I mean, you feel he should be okay, don't you? As long as he makes this ball in the middle, holds close to the rail. Yeah, he's just popped it. Still passes, does it? Oh, he's looking. As you say, it will be moving. Will this cue ball be travelling? Or it certainly looks that way from here. Yeah, spun it round. Yeah, it's fine.
Controlled it well though.
Yeah.
Controlled it beautifully. This is a pinch. This was a chance for Craig. This is going to hurt him as well. Clint Jansen. This black to go 2-0 up. There it is. 2-0 it is. Both of them are 4-3. So I think obviously he tried to play that. I think he was just looking at this, played a cannon. I think that. I think he said, yeah, it's all right. There's no wrong with it.
So 2-0.
He's not doing that shot. The way that he's tested it with the white, that's not how he had the shot. He had it with another ball, and if he'd have put any side or anything on there, it could react and all of that. So, but 2-0 to Clint Jansen, Craig Brown. How will Craig Brown be feeling, do you think?
Well, I'm sure he'd be feeling that he could have been 2-0 up.
Yes, yeah, quite easily. He's had the chances in there. Some of the matches going off there on the outer tables. It looks like there's a few empty tables, but I know the seniors has been pretty busy. Yeah, so still lots of matches going off. We've still got mixed doubles, seniors, masters. It is all going off. There will be 4 world titles crowned tomorrow. Just both of these players, they've gone for a... Yeah, so both these players have just gone for a comfort break. So we'll watch to meet the ladies.
That is a good one. How many lynches do you get when you answer these questions?
Oh, she's going to kill me for that.
Who's your sporting hero?
Steffi Graf.
Jessica Ennis-Hill.
Her accomplishments, what she's been through, the fact that she is so driven, so determined to get to her end goal.
Oh, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Because?
Because I love him. I think he's brilliant.
What was your last Google search?
It sounds worse than it is. Bunny Fiddler.
Do you have a pre-game ritual?
I always put my right shoe on before my left.
No. I mean, I guess I go for a lot of fags, but you know.
Yeah, don't think about pool.
Sounds disgusting. But if I win, I'll use the same socks.
No, I'll probably just try and turn up on time. Would be a bonus.
What's your biggest strength?
White ball control. When I'm on fire, I can, pick it out pretty good.
What is your greatest victory?
Back-to-back IPA World Championships.
I've had more runners-up than victories, so... Probably, it's got to be a team one, I think. You know, winning with the teams at Yarmouth, County finals, winning with England ladies.
I would say probably getting to the quarterfinals of an IPA tour. I've done it 3 times now, but I'm getting there.
Probably team-wise would be being England A World Champions, current World Champions.
Who is your pool playing inspiration?
Deb Birchall, Vicky Lomax, all those the great guys on the tour, and seeing what they're doing for the game and how encouraging they are of new people joining as well. Everyone's just been really welcoming and everybody wants you to do well, so everyone's there with a little bit of advice that you're going to take into your next game. So all the women.
Amy Beauchamp.
Gryffindor. Griff.
Men's game, I guess I'd have to say the Cretin Dean Shields. Women's game would be Emma Cunningham.
Who is the most entertaining player?
Vicky Lomax again. She wins that crown. She's just a walking disaster. She's so funny. Oh, she's going to kill me for that.
Griff.
She can pull out some shots out of nowhere, but she still looks so grumpy.
I quite like watching Danielle Randall because I think it's interesting to see her thought pattern as she works her way around the table.
Oh, Kim Beresford. So many laughs through her stupidity. I mean, there's only Kim can think that the match time clock is how many balls people have potted. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Who's your bogey player?
B Porter. Always 4-1 up, and then I mess it up.
Vicky Lomax. Always play terrible against Vicky Lomax.
Who is the worst dressed ladies player?
Probably me, to be fair.
I don't want to offend anybody. Let's go for Hayley Weston because of her socks and sliders.
It's got to be me. Socks and sliders.
Do you have any advice for aspiring lady players?
Practice, and more practice, and believe in yourself.
Jump in at the deep end. You know, have the confidence to learn from others.
Stay off the booze.
Just learn the basic. Learn to pot first, and then the rest will come.
Throw yourself into it. Don't overthink it too much. Like, you're going to learn and develop so much by playing in this sort of event.
Just enjoy it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You know, come to the events and just enjoy it. Just embrace it.
Yeah, don't play it. Rubbish game.
Well, there's the ladies having some fun. The ladies' final will be at 5 o'clock. It might be a little bit later, depending on how long this match takes. But back to the serious side. Craig Brown is going to be breaking us off in set number 3. Good break. He's really under it now, though. He can't afford any more mistakes. Good connection, though.
Yeah, struck him very well. Just looking at what he can take as opening ball. The yellows look great. It's just about the first ball. Hits it well.
He didn't have a lot of room there for error. It was a very tight pass out of the yellow. Great chance. The ball there for the taking. These first 2 sets, I know it's easier said than done, but he does need to get them to the back of his mind.
Yeah, that short break may well have helped him. Give him a bit of time to compose himself. He's got to put these last 2 sets behind him. Focus on the job in hand. And this is a good start. Great break. First ball wasn't easy. Had to play a plant. But once he'd made that plant, put himself in prime position. The black passes into the corner. Oh, he needs to hurry up. Yeah, he's left himself a slight angle. So he just screw back to leave the yellow into middle. Like to be straight if possible.
He might have liked another 3 or 4 inches there. He's been fine then.
He's just the wrong side of perfect, but you can't foresee any problems here. And it's a straight black into the corner to take first blood in this 3rd set. A set he desperately needs, obviously, but he needs it mentally. He needs to do well early doors in this set.
Well, there's no wrong with that. That's exactly what he needed to do. I think he's just sending out a message to Clint, just saying, "I'm not over yet." And that's good. Still looks a little bit tense. But losing two last frame deciders in the first 2 sets, you know, that can really hurt. Where Clint obviously quite comfortable, 2-0 to the good. But it is amazing how these matches turn around. And Clint Ianson, you know, he's had them matches turn around. In the first day that he come in, he was 2-0 down in both of them. And even a frame away from going out, but he came back to take the remaining frames and get through. So it can happen.
That's the thing with this set format. Races to 4.
That's 2 break clearances in a row there for Craig Brown. He had one in the previous set at the end, and now he's done it again for the opening one of this set. Clint Ianson. It's another good break for him.
So it's been a match of 2 halves as far as the break goes. You couldn't buy a ball for the first half. And now they're all thunderous breaks, all making balls. Just picking up the pace in this match.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, they've both done well just to even work out just what they needed to do and hold themselves together and done something different. And sometimes, you know, a change is better than anything. But they've still got to execute it, and both players have executed it well.
So, looking at yellows, the yellow that's close to the red near the black passes into the middle. And he's got the right angle here. He's left himself an angle so he can push the white forward, up table. You never want to be hitting these balls hard. So the natural path of the cue ball is going the direction he wants. He's going to need to have a good shot here to get onto the black. A lot of traffic. Just working out now exactly where he wants this cue ball for that last yellow.
He's got to play for the black in the bottom right, hasn't he? Playing off 2 cushions and playing himself in the direction of this cluster of balls in the middle, is that right? But he's missed the yellow. He did give him a shot at the black. No, it was a really tough ask, that was.
I didn't know if he was going to swing 2 rails there, 2 cushions, bottom and side, and come across. Obviously, he felt that that was the better option, and if he'd have made the ball, he has sight of the black. But again, Craig Brown with an opportunity to extend a lead in a set.
Yeah, I think I've said this already. Craig Brown, he has had chances. He's not taken them all. He's missed a few balls here and there. But he's got to stop missing balls. He's got to get them.
He hasn't missed much, it's fair to say. It's just they've been at critical times, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, and it's then been punished to the max. But he's in prime position here to take that 2-0 lead. He's never been 2-0 ahead in this match. He should have been. In the previous sets, he definitely should have been 3-1 up then. But now, he's holding himself together here, because this is an easy clearance that he should be taking. He looks in a very good stead now to make sure that happens.
He's in perfect position. Just run it through. This one's a slight angle. There you go. Just a touch. Screw the red back for a straight black into the same pocket. That'll be 2-zip. And he's picking up the pace. Showing signs of confidence here. And it must be difficult when you've performed how he has in the first couple of sets. Let things slip.
Well, 2-0 it is. Surely he's going to be feeling better soon. Just needs to try and settle down.
Well, he's looking okay to me. I think he was very agitated after the first set, as you can imagine. Felt very disappointed.
I mean, he's got to feel a little bit good with himself because, you know, his break's starting to work now. He's had 2 breaking clearances in a row. You know, if he gets this one as well, he really could go on.
Yeah, and he is getting the chances, Mark, isn't he? That's the thing, he's getting the chances.
Yeah. Nice to see him with a smile on his face now, so. He is starting to relax.
Well, he's smiling there.
Yeah, still a puff of the cheeks, but come on, you know, that was it. Come on, that's what he wanted to. That's what we wanted to see. Just proves he's not out of this yet.
On table 13, doubles, Bagley,
Great, good connection. 3 balls. 2 reds and a yellow. What about that for a split?
Fantastically timed break. He must be wondering why he didn't break from the front straight away.
Yeah.
Struggled for so long with the side break. And now he's smashing them at every opportunity. So one of the yellows hampered by the red over the corner. He's got a red into the middle. 2 reds that are close to each other, both pass to the corner, obviously at the top left of the screen. So it's all about this first shot. It's controlling the cue ball.
Just working out now where he needs to leave the cue ball to give himself the best opportunity to drift back up table. He's used his extension, so this clock's going to be ticking down every time, and that looks pretty good. He's obviously going. Is he going up table first? I mean, I think he can take this in. I mean, it surely comes downstairs first and then drifts it off the cushion.
I'm sure that's what he'd like to do.
He's fine here. Just needs to cue this nicely through. That's okay. I'm assuming these reds aren't blocking each other.
Well, it looks as if the left-hand ball goes for certain, doesn't it?
Yeah, but there's no way of them 2 blocking each other, is there? I don't think. Not when they're. You can see most the face of the ball.
We did see Craig earlier checking whether this outside ball went, so yeah, it must go.
He's had to bounce a bit more. This is not getting easier, is it, for him? He'd love to just be rolling this into the centre. I mean, we know know he's already missed one into the side. That was an easy one I expect him to get. Just got to believe in his ability. He's dropped it in nicely and he's on the black. Great shot.
Great shot under massive pressure.
3-0. He leads here in the third set. Great start. Another breaking clearance as well. 3 in a row for Craig Brown.
In the mixed
Looking very solid now, isn't he?
event, a quarter-final, please. Heritage and Maida, Donkin and Lomax. Heritage and Maida, Donkin and Lomax, table 7.
Clint, you don't give much away, does he? So 3-0 lead. Clint with a 2-0 lead. But with set 4, Matt, if you can take this one quickly, 2-1 down, back in the game, isn't he?
Yeah, it starts again. Cue ball.
And there's a mistake.
Do you think that mistake's come because Craig Brown's put him under pressure? You know, when you're going off in the top corners or the middles, you've either come across the ball, you've not cued it through nicely, have you?
Yeah, you can't say you're unlucky. If you get kicked in by something else, it's a different story. But tracking straight back to any pocket, it's an error of judgment.
I mean, these are finished tricky, but he's got one free shot. So he can do pretty much anything to try and open these out. So he just needs to not overthink this and just make sure he executes this first shot right. And if he does, then he'll have them all at his mercy. Yeah, I thought it would have gone reds. All the reds are there. I'm only saying he's going reds because there are 2 yellows that's left of the black there, obviously together and need a little bit of developing. I think he's on this one on the top cushion.
Yeah, this was the ball he needed to get on early.
Has he got enough angle though to get back out or to miss the yellow? I mean, you don't want to overcomplicate things here. Even if he drifts down this right hand side, just come down table, he'll have a chance of a red.
He can play with running side, can he? Just to avoid the yellow.
Yeah, if he can't draw this back past it, or he can draw it past, that's fine. That's plenty.
Play it either way. Out to mid-table or past the balk line anyway.
I mean, the obvious last red that he needs to take is the one left of the black spot. If he leaves that till the end, as long as he's got a nice angle on it, he'll have a simple black.
So the ball at the top of your screens there, close to the side rail, is maybe his most difficult ball.
So, I mean, I know that we heard the clock there, or the buzzer, but you could see on the screen that the clock was still running right. A few technical aliens in that clock. But that beep bit, that is a correct beep.
So for me, it's the second to last ball. Critical, he gets good position.
He's heard that beep, and that's made him rush a little bit. But yeah, I'll tell you what, he's played that well. Yeah, but has he got an angle? He can run this through. Play it in the centre.
Ideally would have liked more angle, wouldn't he?
Yeah, just to come on and off the cushion and get it on there. But this might favour him a little bit. So you can just top this through. Top needs to slow. Well, he's going to have to tap this into the top corner, I think, just to keep the cue ball on a piece of string. I mean, he could play it in the middle and get the cannon on the yellow. He's got options, I think, just to how he feels. Yeah. Yeah, it is into the centre. It's quite a natural cannon as well, won't it?
There we are. 4-0 for his first set on the board. And the glove's coming off. I'm sure it's a comfort break. Be feeling much better now.
4-0. So at the moment the score's 10-8 to Craig Brown, but he's 2-1 behind. Yesterday in Clint's first match against Gareth Higgins, he lost by 6 frames over the total amount of frames won, but still won the match 3-2. So it's not about the total frames you win, it's just about making sure you get the frames at the correct times. It's crucial at this set format. It's a bit like Tom Barley as well. Mark Farnsworth won more frames than Tom Barley yesterday, but it's all about getting them sets. You've got to get to 4 first to get that set on the board, and that's what Tom did yesterday, as did Clint on Thursday.
Clint decided to stay in the arena.
So I'm sure Craig won't be too long. So a little bit about some frames that Clint Ianson won. So he won 57 frames yesterday, and he lost 50. And Craig Brown won 50 and lost 26. And that's why, I said at the start of this match in the studio, that 65.8% win ratio for Craig Brown is pretty high and a pretty good standard. I know it looked like he had an easier run to the semi-finals, but he's played Ross Fernie, the number 2 seeded player. He's won 3 IPA ranking titles as well, Ross Fernie. So Craig Brown to produce this standard here at the World Championship is pretty spectacular. And he's still not out of this match. Set number 4. Clint Ianson to break. Clint Ianson, he would like to get a frame on the board. He's just lost 4 on the spin.
And he wants to keep the cue ball on the table this time.
Yeah, he was in off last
Where's
time.
It going?
But the other thing that's happened is dry. Craig Brown, an unexpected chance. Things are turning round a bit. This match isn't over yet.
So first look at the table.
Can Craig Brown put Clint under pressure here? By doing that, if he clears these, Clint could be under a bit of pressure.
It's all about the first ball here. The black hampered by the red, but the red does go to middle.
Nice opening pot. As you said, Andy, it's obviously the red next to the black, that's the one. Does he go to the top right as well? Has he got options with that?
Is he looking at stunning across to hold on the yellow? He is.
He is.
And you can't play better than that.
He's played that to
Great shot.
perfection.
Great shot. Made that look very easy.
Good positional shot, especially the way he's held it. That's another good pot there. He looks a different player now. He really does.
This wasn't an easy table when he came to the table, was it?
No, he had some work to do.
Perfect. Just got the angle he wants. And there you see where he wants the cue ball.
A little bit short, but I can't see it being a problem for him. Nicely done. This black 5 frames on the spin.
It's there. And this is an impressive comeback from Craig Brown. He's looking very strong, isn't he, at the table? Breaking very well.
Yeah, it's very good. Craig's had 5 one-frame visits. And that's the reason he's won 5 frames on the spin. Unbelievable. Is there some doubt starting to come into Clint Ianson's mind? 2-0 up. Now it's 2-1. He won a frame for 5. If Craig breaks here for 6 frames on the breaks and clears here for 6 frames on the spin, that doubt could be in Clint Ianson's mind.
So more of the same is what we're wanting. Again, hit them great.
Where's a cue ball? Where's that cue ball?
Oh!
How unlucky is that?
He's very unfortunate there, isn't he?
How's that gone in there at that angle?
He really is unlucky there.
Do you know when things go against you? That's the things that sort of happen, and you've got to say, incredibly unlucky there.
And look at what he's left.
I'll have a look. We'll have a look at that break again. If Clint does clear up here, we'll have a look at that break.
Hits them really, really well, and look at the acute angle to drop in the middle there.
You know, if that misses, look at these. They're all open. They've all got both colour sets. Have all got pockets. Wow.
Yeah, he was in full flow, wasn't he?
Yeah, and the momentum has just stopped there and then for Craig Brown, just with that little bad roll.
Three easy balls to level it up. And he'll be breaking. And this is the time for Clint to get that break working again.
this is to stop the run. 5 frames on the bounce. There's black. There you see it, and he's going to be breaking in the next. Something like that was going to take something like that to stop Craig Brown, because it didn't look like there was any stop of him, or stop him at all.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Especially when you look at the table that he left. He was on the back of a five rack run. And you'd have fancied him for those, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. And the way that he was, well, the way he's been going about the table and the recent frames, and there was, he'd had that for breakfast, dinner and tea. It was easy for him. 1-1. Clint Jansen to break. Dry last time. Got a ball. First glance, Andy.
Ball down. Red over the corner. So what we're looking at here.
Attention, please.
I mean, there's arguments to go through either colour set. Just the reds, that red that's above the baulk line in the middle of the baulk area. It's going to need a little bit of work. Yellows, the yellow left of the black. I don't think that passes that red into the corner. But could be dropped onto if you wanted to. Yeah. Don't mind that, it just pushes that out.
I think he just tried to push it a little further out there, didn't he?
Yeah, he wanted a thicker contact. And it'd have been a bit straighter on the one in the bottom right. But if you can get nice position on his yellow that's not got many pockets to choose from, which is on now.
Played to perfection. So he's looking at the 3 yellows at the top of the table. It's how he gets onto those that are going to be key to this finish. So he's gone up table straight away. And he's on the middle of the 3. Just for a second there, thought it would jump it back out again.
What? There's a smile on Clint's face there. What had happened there? I'm going to have a look back at that one at the end of the frame, see what that was going off.
So he can hold on the red here. Leaves himself an angle into the middle. Affords perfect position if he drifts down towards the side cushion for his last yellow. Wants an angle, ideally. A little bit of an angle anyway. So is he looking for middle for the black? Is he topping through? He is. And all of a sudden, this is a chance to go ahead in this last set. So that scratch on the previous break could be very telling in this match. Great shot into the middle. And it's Clint Jansen who takes a 2-1 lead in this 4th set.
Yeah, let's have a, I mean, hopefully we'll be able to have a quick look at what happened to that yellow. I mean, it got a smile on Clint Jansen's face. Oh, that has nearly popped out, hasn't it? Normally when that happens like that, the only option it has is to come out. They don't normally drop, do they?
No, they don't.
Wow. It's interesting. That's what happens on these supreme tables, though. I mean, we saw one. It was against Clint Ianson with Gareth Higgins at a very crucial stage of the match on Thursday. I know Gareth probably, if he's listening in, don't want to be reminded of it. But it was a crucial stage, and Clint Ianson took advantage of it. But then on that occasion did pop out. And the rest is pretty much history.
So Craig, don't need to change anything. You were very unfortunate. Another good break.
Has he got a ball though? He has got a ball.
He has got a ball. And if that red bounces out.
Let's get both these colour sets open. It's just all about which opening pop just obviously gets his best position. He's got a choice of either colour set here. It's just about which routine works out better for him.
You could take either colour, as you say. Is he going reds? Red to middle first ball. He could do.
Yeah, it's not a bad old option. Dropping it in. That's nice.
He's looking to get onto the ball at some point on the bottom rail. Earlier, if possible. Yeah, this is the one. It's the key ball. Just wants an angle, doesn't want to be straight. He's okay there.
Yeah, I don't think he's perfectly got a nice angle on this. So suggest maybe it might have to leave
off the side.
Yeah, a bit of distance, but it's one of them, innit? He's obviously being put under a bit of pressure now.
Yeah, off the side, he spins over, he's okay.
Yeah.
Would love to have been straight, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Has to change his route here. So still taking it into the corner, but he's looking at coming out to mid-table as opposed to leaving the last red for the right-hand bottom corner of the screen. So he's spun out, but he needs to hold up. Hold up.
Oh, it's okay. He weren't panicking. There's only us panicking, Andy, I think, because he weren't panicking. He knew exactly where it was going to be landing.
On table 3, Wayne Fryer and James Goodyear. Wayne Fryer, James Goodyear, table 3. Tony Pitts and Steve Wall, table 9. And Richard Swarfield.
Big moments now coming in this match. Where's the cue ball? It's okay, but does it go?
Does it go?
Top left.
No, it doesn't
Blind
go, does
pocket. How thin of a clip is this one? This is the only option, I think. Got to be careful with his cue ball as well.
This is massive.
It's huge. He is going top right. That clock.
And the cue ball. And the cue. Oh.
Wow.
The only saving grace. Difficult cue ball for Clint, but he'll be over the moon with an opportunity.
Yeah, he will. What does Clint do here? Is he just going to drift this down table, or is he going to go all out attack? You feel if he goes out attack and clears these up, we might have seen Craig Brown's last shot of this World Championships, because it will be Clint to break.
Yeah, he doesn't want his opponent back to the table, does he?
No, he doesn't, and he probably feels that this is the time to pull the trigger.
Table 14, sorry. Carlton, Smith, O'Donoghue and Birchall.
Nicely done. Just this yellow on the bottom cushion. That's all he's got to drop onto. And surely this should be straightforward. Feel like he just needs to take the one out, one of these two out that's in the open part of the table. Falcon probably overdone this a little bit. Are we going to see a bit of drama because that black, it's not over the pocket. He's going to need an angle.
Just overran slightly there for perfect.
Oh, is it? It's a nice little nudge, in it. It's a nice little nudge for Clint Jansen. I mean, he stunned it in nicely to the side cushion. Played it at a good pace. Looks pretty good. Pretty good indeed.
Natural angle. So it's this yellow to middle. It's guaranteed some sort of position on the black, isn't he? Straight would be lovely. So this black to take a 3-1 lead and put himself on the hill.
Three, 1 it is. One frame away. Clint Jansen straight away gets his break cue. Is that Mr. Black? The last shot we're going to see of Craig Brown, or is he going to get another chance? Three possible frames left in this set. We're going to go down to a decider again in this set. Clint did have a break and clearance though in his previous break. Clint knows he's close to getting into his second IPA World Final. Last time he got to one, 2014. He has won the World Doubles title. He has won the World Mixed Doubles title, but this one still eludes him with being the IPA World Champion. Is he going to have a chance of trying to pick up that crown at 7 o'clock tonight, or around 7 o'clock? This break, very important. He's hit it like a dream, but has he got a ball?
He has.
He has got a ball. First glance, Andy.
Well,
it's all about the opening pot. Has he got an opening pot on yellows? Does he have a choice? I mean, if he's got one down the cushion, maybe yellows.
if you had an easy opening yellow, I think it'd be yellows, wouldn't it? You don't want to take the ball over the hole, even if you could see it particularly, but he's a bit of a predicament here.
I mean, does he play the... I mean, if he can get that red next to the yellow, well, he's playing yellow onto yellow. There's nothing yet. I thought he'd have to, you know, open up with a plant. Nice little shot and nudge that red to the bottom cushion. A little bit of insurance.
The yellow close to the red goes into the middle, if not both middles.
Yeah, I mean...
So the ball that's difficult, potentially, is up near the baulk line, isn't it? The yellow just needs to make sure it can get onto that red behind it, causing a bit of an obstruction.
I think he's played on this one into the centre, the one that's next to the red. I think that was what his intention was.
And he's just run a little bit forward there, a little further than he wanted, I think. If he'd had an angle, he could have dropped it in the middle and he could have gone for the ball I was talking about near the red, near the baulk line. He may well still be able to do that. Just push onto the red.
It's fine. So it's all about the yellow near the baulk line, Andy. As you've mentioned, it's imperative he gives himself the right angle to give himself a shot. But it's still not going to be easy to get on the black from that ball. It's his only option. Can he just stun this out near the blue spot? Has he got a potting angle there? Obviously the right hand side of the blue spot. Ooh. We're all oohing here in the commentary box. Was that a bit of tension?
This makes this ball so much more difficult, doesn't it?
He knows how much is at stake here. The pot should be quite easy. It's all about the position. This black to get into his second IPA World Final. By winning this set by 4 frames to 1. It's a big shot for Clint Jansen.
And there it is. There it is. Fantastic performance. Another great match there between two great players, but there's only one winner, and it's Clint Jansen.
Yeah, it is, and wow, what a clearance that was. That was the last shot we saw of Craig Brown, and Craig, no doubt, he'd be a little bit disappointed, but just go back to that in-off, Andy, off his break. I mean, that was a bit of a turning point of because he was on a momentum swing, weren't he?
He really was. He got himself right back into the match. Made a few errors earlier on. Picked himself back up. He was breaking great, wasn't he? He was running out. I mean, there we are. Look at that from earlier in the match.
Yeah, that miss there. This one that probably shouldn't have happened. But Clint, he had his fair share of errors as well. There's one here. But this is one of the best shots probably of the tournament and of this match.
Agreed. Fantastic shot, fantastic control, and this one checks off the side cushion. Look at that. Great shot. Fantastic shot.
Yeah, certainly was. And Craig Brown, he's played his part in this. But it's Clint Jansen who's made it into the IPA World Final. That was the one that nearly popped out. But I'm going to hand over to the studio now, where Kev Barton
here with our second finalist, Clint Jansen. Clint, it just shows what it means to you out there with the big come on at the end. Tell us your thoughts at this moment.
Yeah, well, it's the biggest comp in the year, and it's the biggest. It's what everyone wants to win. It's what I've wanted to win since I started playing pool probably 25 years ago. So to get to the final, obviously I'm not there yet, but it's one step closer.
Obviously, Craig, it's something about the World Championships that brings out the best in Craig, and obviously he pushed you all the way. But those opening 2 sets that you won 4-3, you must have thought, getting those critical frames was going to help you get over the line.
Yeah, well, them 2 first sets, I could have been 2-0 down, but I was 2-0 up, so fortunately for me. But yeah, Craig's a brilliant player anyway. I'm surprised, obviously I'm not surprised him doing well in the World Championships. I'm a little bit surprised he don't do as well on the tour events, because I do really think he's very good.
So you're in the final. You were back in the first IPA World Final back in 2014. What are your thoughts and recollections of that final? It's 8-9 years ago.
Yeah, I can remember it really well, to be honest. Obviously played Gareth Potts, probably the best ever player to pick up a cue. But even though I was playing Gaz, even before it started the final, I honestly thought I was going to win it. And I played pretty well, to be fair. He just played better, and obviously that's what he does. He's the best, isn't he?
So can you take anything from that final? You know, whatever you learned about yourself and your game in that final, and bring it into this final and get yourself one step further.
Well, yeah, obviously being in that final, and obviously a lot of other finals on the tour events and stuff, it does help you with the pressure, to handle the pressure and the occasion and stuff like that. Obviously Simon, he's been in a final of the World Championships as well, so he'll know what it's all about. Now I'm looking forward to it.
Obviously some great support come down from your home in Nottingham area. It's great to have them here supporting you, and your boy as well. I think he's here as well. I think I've seen him.
Yeah, my son's here, and obviously from my family and a lot of my friends as well. I think a few more will be down for the final tonight, but yeah, it's amazing that they've come down to watch me. I really appreciate it.
And what would it mean to you to, at some point tonight, 9-10 o'clock tonight, to be lifting this trophy as world champion?
I don't mind what time it is. As long I don't care if it's 12 o'clock at night, 2 o'clock in the morning. As long as I'm lifting that, I'm going to be very, very happy.
Clint, fantastic performance to get this far. All the best for the final against Simon. Well played.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well played, Clint Ianson. He will be lined up against Simon Ward in the final tonight at around 7 o'clock. That is one definitely not to miss. Mark Pickworth, there's going to be a new name on the trophy, and it's going to be one of two players who've both been beaten in a final before.
Yeah, England against Wales, yeah. So one of them is going to obviously become the world champion, and instead of being the runner-up, but one of them is also going to have to be a runner-up once again. It's going to be an interesting one.
It just shows what it means to these guys, to get to the final and to lift this trophy. Clint gave it, the big fist pump at the end. He wants this title so bad.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just talking to Craig Brown there. You got a feel for him as well. Talking to him there, and he's absolutely gutted. He's put a lot of effort into that, and it was probably a little in off and a missed ball here and there. That's just been the difference. But yeah, what you say, these players. Even when Simon won that match, he jumped out of his seat because he had a chance, and it just means so much to him. And whoever picks up this title has been a well-worthy winner.
Do you think Craig will think that is one that got away? He did have chances. He could, as Clint said, he could have been 2-0 up.
Yeah, he could have won 3 sets to 0. He's had chances in each of the set, and I think as a player, you always want chances of winning sets, winning matches, etc. And he definitely had that, and he didn't really take all of the chances. Missed a couple of pots here and there. But the way that he come back at Clint, I really thought was going to go into another deciding set, because everything that plays on this table seems to be deciding set, and I did think was going to get another one, but it weren't meant to be. And Clint Ianson in another world final.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way, didn't it? It felt the momentum was all with Craig in that fourth set, the start of the fourth set. And I was like you, I was watching arena side, and I was thinking, well, we've got a deciding set here, but somehow Clint managed to dig deep and turn it around.
Yeah, I'll tell you where it turned around a bit. So Craig Brown, he's had, I think, 7 one-frame visits, and he's broke off, and he's broke a peach, and one of the balls gone in. The next minute, the white ball's come off the top cushion and gone into the middle pocket at a very acute angle, just dropped in. Not rolled in or not rolled off or anything and gone in, but it's just the way that it happened, and that just stopped his momentum completely. And the next minute, just turned it around, and then all of a sudden, Clint Ianson was in charge of that fourth set.
So the final, Simon Ward, Clint Ianson, 7 o'clock. Let's hope you can join us then. In the meantime, we've got the ladies' final. That is coming up at 5 o'clock. Emma Reeves and Amy Beecham. That is going to be a cracker, Mark.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the way that Emma Reeves has gone through the field, she's made light work of quite a lot of players in the top half. And then Amy Beecham, as you said, she is a world champion already, so she has got a chance of picking up this title for the second time, and it is going to be a cracker. It could be another blockbuster. But over the past 3, 4, 5 years, these world titles for these ladies has got better and better and better, and no doubt this is just going to be just as good.
And they're definitely the 2 best ladies here this weekend. They've dropped 1 set between them in all the matches to get here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've been the most consistent, pretty ultra consistent players, and they've obviously put in a lot of time and effort for this competition, and there's been some very, very good players here. And were there 2 regular names that we expected to be in the final? Yes and no, but there's a lot of good players that haven't made it to the final. Look at Deb Birchall. She got beaten in the early rounds, and we expected her to possibly be picking up the world crown, but she got ousted very early on. And again, there's a chance of Emma Reeves. She could be a new name on the trophy as well.
Absolutely. Right, well, we're going to take a short break now, just give us all time to wipe our lenses and just freshen up, ready for tonight's finals. So we'll be back again at 5 o'clock. We'll see you then.